Hello guys, on the bench today is a Lenovo ThinkPad P50. Now my brother Abe, he's going down to Florida for a while. I think he's going to be down there, how long, Abe?
5 months.
So he was looking for a laptop. Now I had this laptop just sitting down here. This was going to be another laptop I was going to work on because I am going to have a P52 and I also picked up a P50. So I figured I'd give Abe the slightly older one.
Yep.
But this is still a pretty good laptop. Now, Abe is going to be down in Florida for a while, and he needed a laptop for, like, doing college and stuff. So this one should be pretty sufficient. We're going to do some upgrades to it. This is a used laptop. Obviously, you can tell from an asset tag sticker there on the side, which we'll get off later. But this is still a pretty decent laptop for its age. There's lots of upgrade potentials. We're going to be maxing out the RAM, putting in an NVme SSD, upgrading the Wi-Fi card, and all that. So, hey, what were you looking to mostly do on this laptop?
Main thing was I just needed something small, something portable that I could just do college on. Maybe some type up some papers, do some Excel spreadsheets, just run-of-the-mill type application stuff.
So this laptop has a 6th gen CPU, so technically you can't officially put Windows 11 on it, so this will be a Windows 10 only laptop. Now Windows 10 is good until the end of 2025. I believe it's October 14th, 2025. Actually, it's on my birthday. And then you can extend it out until 2028 with an ESU license. Now I already discussed this with Abe. He's fine with that. This laptop, pretty much has, at least a 2-year lifespan, but you can extend it out the additional 3 years. So that's 5 years. So I think what he's getting, plus he's pretty much getting this computer for free. I'm the one that bought the computer. He's just buying all the upgrades. And another good thing about these laptops is they come with a Windows 10 license key embedded in the UEFI. Most of these OEM computers like that nowadays, they have that license key embedded into the BIOS, which makes it to where you don't have to pick up the tab on the Windows 10 license key.
Thank goodness.
That will save you approximately like $170 right there. So pretty much he's getting a really good deal. So, Abe, what are your initial impressions of the laptop so far? Have you really looked at it much? I see there's a fingerprint reader and everything on it. I mean, what do you think this is a good enough size for your use case?
Oh, definitely. I mean, for being a used laptop, it looks good, looks clean. I'm not seeing a lot of wear and tear on it. Keyboard looks nice, screen looks nice. I don't see any scratches. I'm sure once we get in there and really polish it up, it'll practically be brand new.
And like I was telling Abe earlier, these machines usually come from corporate environments such as hospitals, banks, could be a lawyer office, it could be, schools. Schools tend to have much higher use, so this doesn't look like it was used in a school. But like I said, like I was telling Abe, very minimal wear. So the first thing we're going to do is, do you want to do some upgrades, or you want to get the sticker off first? I think we could still open it up without the sticker on, but what's the course of action that you want to do on it?
Let's just remove that sticker.
Okay, so the first thing we're going to need to do is we're going to need to get the tools for that. That involves a heat gun and my plastic scraper. Okay, so we're going to get this PID sticker off. Reminds me of the good old days of working at Tech R2. So what you'll need is a plastic scraper and you'll need a heat gun. Now, disclaimer, do at your own risk. This is done by a trained professional. I do not take any fault if you destroy your laptop or components. So when you use a heat gun, you want to blow it in a direction to where it's blowing away from the keys. Because trust me, if you blow it this way, these keys will eventually just float off of the board. Ask me how I know. I've had to remove stickers for thousands of laptops. I got pretty good at it. So this actually doesn't feel like it's covering any ports, but Abe does not want that on there. So we're definitely going to get that off, because who wants ugly stickers on a laptop? Reminds me of Staples. You know when you go to Staples, they have all them freaking stickers on the laptops?
Yeah, it's pointless.
So we're going to go ahead and remove that right now.
Okay, guys. So before we get into the removal of the sticker, always make sure you remove that battery. You do not want to heat that up. As you may know, lithium ion does not enjoy heat. So as Vic opens back up that computer and grabs the heating gun, what we're looking for is he's trying to disperse the heat across the entire sticker, heat it up, and we're looking to get it to the point of it being warm enough to where that sticker just slides off just like butter. Because with stickers, the colder environment you're in and the colder the sticker is, that's where you get that residual adhesive that's left over. If you can heat that sticker up all the way across, that's when you could take that plastic tool and it just slides right off and it won't leave any adhesive. And that's the goal here, guys. So the biggest takeaway is just take your time with it and just spread that airflow out and make sure you don't point it in the direction of the keyboard or the screen, because that's where you're going to get, keys are starting to melt and falling off, and that's what we're trying to avoid here.
You want an airflow going across, not on.
Yeah. You want your airflow to go across, not on. See how that sticker just slides right off? A lot more pliable.
Still has some resistance.
All right, guys, so we did go ahead and get the sticker off. There is some residual, so we'll be applying an iso alcohol wipe to it, and that'll remove all the leftover adhesive.
Okay, so we were unsuccessful in taking that sticker off. We didn't get the adhesive warmed up good enough, probably because this laptop's been sitting in a basement. It's really cold, or the heat gun's fucking trash, and I need to buy a new heat gun. So what we're going to do is we're going to use isopropyl alcohol with some Q-tips and some napkins and try to clean that off there.
Yep, should work just fine. I'm looking forward to it. So we got Vic. He's going in with the Q-tip right now. Gonna opt for a circular motion to try to remove all that residual adhesive. Looks like it's working pretty well.
And iso-alc will evaporate.
Of note, iso-alc will evaporate.
Please be careful. Iso-alc is very flammable.
But make sure you have some napkins on the side just in case it gets a little too wet. And of note, iso-alcohol is, of course, flammable.
No smoking.
So preferably you wouldn't be smoking a cig and putting a laptop together, but you never know these days. I don't know. Do vapes have sparks? I don't think so. I think it depends. 'Cause it looks like it actually came off pretty well. So a little insider secret. Goo Gone works amazing at removing adhesive. Coming from the professional. But this is just a give and take, You get in there, do it a couple times until you're satisfied. Looks like the top is looking pretty good. It's the sides that are going to need some more elbow grease. Yeah, what we're really looking for is just to get rid of that sticky. You guys know when you remove a sticker or something and it has that annoying stick. It's the worst. But that's why everyone needs someone like Vic in their corner to scrub it off their PCs for them. From looking at this, I'd say probably about 7 times you want to do this over and over and over. And you probably get it pretty well done. No, this looks a little too labor intensive for my liking. I'm more of a plug and play type guy. Notice the discoloration that happened. Now that can be remedied by a nice little Clorox wipe. Lysol wipe. You get one of those, and that'll get that coloration back to normal. Or so we hope. I'm expecting a discount if it doesn't return to normal. Wonderful. A charitable donation. Look at that. All it takes is a little shirt to really get your stuff looking nice.
Yeah, because the shirt won't leave adhesive like the damn.
How's the stickiness feeling?
I don't know.
Oh, yeah. Not bad at all.
Still a little bit.
Still a little bit. Hit it with another coat.
Here. Since Abe wants to get a little sassy, we'll have him do it.
I wasn't being sassy. I was being factual.
Come on.
Is this a brand new Q2?
But yeah, it's I could have heated that sticker up a lot more, but I was afraid that I was trying to avoid any potential melting. Usually I'm pretty good at getting the stickers off without leaving any adhesive residue. If you look at my video I did when I did the SSD upgrade on the HP laptop, that one came off flawless. Of course, when we do it for Abe's system, there's always going to be a fuck up.
Well, leave it to you.
Well, not leave it to me. It's just whenever it's a system for Abe, things don't usually go as planned. And I swear to God, Abe, you can watch the video of me doing that HP laptop. Same process as the heat gun and the scraper. And the sticker just came off flawless. There was pretty much no residue at all. I didn't have to do all this Q-tipping. You got to watch your head because you might be blocking their camera angle there. But unless they want to see your hair, I mean, you got some nice hair going on, huh?
Yeah.
But yeah, I will be definitely adding Google onto my arsenal. Both the spray bottle and the other bottle. There's two different versions you can get. I'm going to have them both. And I'll have some fresh iso alcohol as well. As soon as I get the toolbox in here, I'll be packing it full of everything I need. So ideally, this will become the server room / workshop. Abe's really going at it. He wants this laptop to be flawless. Now, Abe, you do know this is a used laptop, right?
Yep.
So, I mean, it might have some beauty marks. You know what I'm saying? Just some character marks to it. You know, of over the years, the life it's had. So. He might focus on that one corner. That corner will look like brand new, but the rest of the laptop will look like it's been in a war or something.
Hopefully.
But yeah, you can. Sometimes just blowing is better than using that because that's just adding residue. But iso alc will evaporate on its own. Yep. I do need to get some shop towels. I know. I mean, it has to be a lot better than before. You don't have a nasty pit sticker on the side there.
Looks 10 times better already.
Now, Good thing is most of the time you'll be resting your palms, on right here, not really all the way on this corner, but you definitely don't want any sticky adhesive, Okay, so we think we got the sticker off. With that, we're going to move on to the next part. Okay, so we got that sticker off. Now we're going to proceed to doing some upgrades on this system. So the first thing we're going to need to do, well, we'll make sure this is dry. Just slightly blow on it, make sure it's dry before we lay that screen down. Feel if there's any adhesive. Not the best, but it's not sticky. Doesn't look too bad. So we're going to go ahead and flip this system over. Now, we already took the battery out because when we did the sticker removal, we pulled that battery out. And the battery it takes is a 77 plus. 11.25 volts, 8 amp hours, 90 watt hours. I believe it's a 6 cell. Let me see here. Yeah, it's a 6 cell, and it depends on what graphics you have, how long it will last. If you have discrete graphics, it will last about 10 hours. If you have hybrid graphics, it'll last about 13 hours. But you know how them performance metrics take. I mean, 99% of the time, how long does a laptop usually last? Usually like 2 hours, 1 hour, 2 hours.
Yep.
So we don't pay any attention to any of that. Now, Abe, I don't know if you've noticed yet, but if you see right here, it says Pro Windows on it. And what that means is this system has an embedded Windows 10 Pro license. So you don't have to worry about paying for that, okay?
Wonderful.
Okay, so there's the bottom of this unit. We're going to do some upgrades. And I don't think I went over the specifications of this laptop yet and what it can do and what it's capable of. So like I said, the P series of ThinkPads is more of like the workstation type laptops. So people that are doing more professional work, such as CAD and stuff like that. And some of these systems have Xeon CPUs. This one doesn't, but some of them do. So this is more of their workstation professional line of ThinkPad laptop. So Abe's is spec'd with, let me pull it up here. His has an i7 6820 HQ at 2.7 gigahertz. That is a 4-core, 8-thread CPU, 3.6 gigahertz turbo, 2.7 clock, 45-watt TDP. Has a benchmark of 6825, single of 1957. So definitely a pretty capable CPU. Not the fastest CPU, but definitely pretty capable of everything he's going to do and a little bit more. Now, Abe's not going to be playing, AAA games or anything like that on it. It's not really a gaming laptop. And some of these units are baked with discrete NVIDIA graphics. I don't know if this one does yet. That's something we'll have to find out later. It's probably going to be the onboard Intel graphics. So this CPU can be spec'd with several CPUs. It can be spec'd with an i7 6700 HQ, the 6820 HQ. It also can be spec'd with 2 Xeons, either an E3 1505 V5 or an E3 1535M V5. And they're all 4-core, 8-thread CPUs. They just have different base clocks and turbo clocks. Cache is pretty much all the same at 8 megabytes except for the lowest tier one. Memory controller is DDR4 2133. Now, these do have Intel HD graphics. Let's see. His CPU's is 6820 HQ. So yours is going to have Intel HD graphics 530. It can also have an NVIDIA Quadro M1000M or an M2000M. I don't think Abe's has the discrete graphics. We'll find that out later. This has the Intel CM236 chipset, 64 gig max of RAM at 2133 megahertz. It can support ECC RAM, but you have to have a Xeon CPU. His doesn't have the Xeon CPU, so we'll just put in standard SODIMM RAM. Let's see. Some of these can be spec'd out. Let's see here. Oh, screen size: 15.6 inch Full HD anti-glare LED backlit IPS panel, 250 nits. That's a 16:9 aspect ratio, 600:1 contrast. There's also a 15.6 inch 4K IPS panel as well. Yours is most likely going to be the 1080 one, which at that screen size, that's fine. There's also, let's see, nope. No, the P50 only comes in 15.6 inch. There's not a bigger version. But there's two options. There's a 1080p IPS and there's a 4K IPS. Most likely yours is going to be the 1080 IPS. Now, there might be, it depends on who got it. If somebody was, if it was for like a video ed or somebody like that, maybe they would have got the 4K panel. So storage options. So this can have up to 3 drives, 2 M.2 SSDs, and 1 standard 2.5 inch. So this can take your standard 6 gigabit per second SATA 2.5 inch. It could take an M.2 based SSD that is either SATA 6 gig, or it can support PCIe NVMe at 3.0 times 4. So if you buy an NVMe drive, don't buy a PCI Express 4 NVMe, just buy PCI Express 3, otherwise you're wasting your money. You're throwing that out. And the drive we'll be putting in this is a PCI Express 3.0 drive, so no money wasted there. Now, the good thing, this does have onboard Ethernet, and they are Intel NICs, which is good. Some of these are vPro models. I don't know if Abe's is a vPro. We'll have to check that out. Usually the Intel sticker will tell you if it's a vPro model or not. That's just an advanced way of being able to remotely control the entire system. That's more what IT admins use. It's kind of like an IPMI, but not really. Very technical stuff. Abe's probably like, I don't know what Vic's talking about, but he's just going to keep rambling. That's the look Abe's giving me right now. Okay, so the video cut off. I'm not sure where I left off, because I do go into a lot of detail. But we talked about the SSDs. It can take your standard 2.5 inch SATA, and it can support M.2 SATA 6 gig and M.2 NVMe at PCI Express 3.0, and actually has 2 NVMe slots, which is pretty nice. So there's that. Intel NICs, which is great. You want to see that. Some of these models have vPro. I don't know if Abe's does. We'll have to check on that later. 802.11ac Wi-Fi card. That's going to be upgraded to a Wi-Fi 6E card. These also, since these are professional units, some of them may have a 4G modem built in.
Wonderful. On-the-go internet.
Yeah, and so you might be able to put a SIM card in this, and you might be able to use your T-Mobile 4G out and about. Now, I don't know. We haven't really seen if this one has it in there, but my Lenovo P52 did have a 4G LTE modem in it.
Yeah, that'd be interesting.
Some of these, let's see, what was I getting into? Optional smart card reader. So you can have like an SD card reader, stuff like that. You can tell if you have one. It's usually on the side there. It looks like you may have that, although I don't know if there's a card reader in there. Once you open it up, you'll see. So hopefully Abe's has that in there. I mean, it's a nice feature to have. Might as well have it, right? Webcam, typical standard 720p. It's gonna look like pretty much dog shit, but it'll get you by on a Skype call. Onboard audio, we don't care about that. We just don't use your onboard audio. Hook up an external DAC like a FiOQ1 or something like that when you're out and about. This can take 2 different battery types. There's a 4-cell one and a 6-cell, and I believe Abe's is the 6-cell. It's the 77 Plus. This laptop is old enough to have native Windows 7 drivers. That's pretty cool. Too bad Windows 7 is done away with now. But this would have been a laptop that could easily run Windows 7 with no problems there. So I went over the specs there. I think I went over the CPU specifications. Let's get on with it. Some people just like to know what the laptop's capable of and what their options are. So we took the battery out already when we removed that sticker. Now we're going to take this faceplate off. Abe, do you want to get a screwdriver? Do you want to remove it, or you want me to remove it?
I can.
So there's the Pick Quick Matique, or if you want to, the LTT screwdriver. I don't know. People, I got a lot of hate. I got a lot of hate comments about my review of the LTT screwdriver. And let me just say, I was objective. The Pick Quick, I just feel, is a better screwdriver for the money and the value. Now, Abe,
guess which one I'm
Abe can test them. You know, Abe can test them out and see which one he likes to use for laptops. Now, Linus, he claims this screwdriver is the best. Although after he's released it, he's now released like 5 different versions because apparently the best screwdriver ever isn't the best for every application. Huh. So he made a smaller version. He made a stubby. Now he's making a precision one. He's making 15 different models. When he originally said this is the best screwdriver for every purpose. Well, I don't know how well that holds true, but anyway, I digress. I laid the options on the floor. Let me back out so they can see what's going on here. Put that screwdriver down there next to the LTT one. They didn't see that. So I'm giving Abe the options. This is Abe's opinion now. I can lay out different screwdrivers. I mean, I have several different screwdrivers. There's the iFixit kit. But you tell me. Go ahead and pick up, test it out. Remove this cover. So you're gonna have the nice thing about this laptop is it has this big cover that comes off, gives you access to pretty much everything. So it uses these small screws. I believe they're a Phillips 1 or a Phillips 0. But I mean, you can test this. You can test the bit first, and that might be the right bit. You'll know if it starts stripping or whatever. But so Abe's gonna go ahead and remove this bottom panel. And these screws, by the way, Abe, they don't come out all the way because it has a locking nut, which is nice. So when you flip the plate over, your screws don't go everywhere. That's the way for most laptop covers. They don't come out all the way. They just come out enough. You know what I'm saying?
Yep.
So Abe's going ahead and taking it off. Looks like he found the right bit already. Abe, you didn't pick up that LTT screwdriver. I thought you would test it out.
Nope.
And he was like, nope. This screwdriver, $12 retail, although sometimes you can get this screwdriver as low as $8, which I think is a steal. This one's $80, Abe. This is better. You should try it.
$80? That's crazy.
Well, after shipping, it's probably about $100.
$100?
Yeah. Has to ship from Canada. This is actually made in Canada.
Yeah, I'll pass.
Feel how heavy that is. Don't you want a heavy screwdriver when you're working on a laptop? Here, go ahead. Try out the bit.
Where are the bits?
You pull out from the bottom, and you spin around.
Nah.
Try it out. It's a ratcheting screwdriver, which ratchet's supposed to be better for your wrist. It's going to give you carpal tunnel in a couple years.
I don't know if I have any screws left.
It's a ratchet. You got to go back and forth with it. Although you might be in a tight position. You got to be straight. You got to be straight up and down. You don't want to be sideways on the screw.
Fuck, you need a damn degree just to work a fucking screwdriver.
I think you're tightening it. Are you tightening it or are you loosening
I
it?
got no fucking idea.
I think you just stripped that fucking screw with that screwdriver.
Alright, that puppy's off. See if it pops.
So there'll be 2 little indentations you can use, or you can take like a flathead, but usually this will pop up a little bit. So I don't think you got these all the way out. Here. Go ahead, use that expensive. The best way to push those is to use your palm. Yeah. You'll get it down. You gotta be straight up and down. Not crooked. There we go. Now you want to strip all your screws? Be my guest. They'll be a bitch to put back on though. That's the thing about these laptops though. These tiny screws, they're easy to fucking strip. Now, people may be wondering what this is right here. This is actually if you wanted to link it to a docking station. You will have to pop it. You'll know if it's given. So see this right here? You can take a fingernail or like a little small flathead. Come on, Avery. You're the newest employee of Open Back Door. Imagine you're repairing about 5 of these a day. Yep. And you just go all the way around the corners. No, you can use your... Once it's popped up, you can use... Yeah. Yep. And just lift up. pull up on it. Yep. And if it screws all the way out, it'll pop right up. Now, if it's not all the way out, it won't pop right up. So people, it likes to make fun of me when I struggle a little bit with like that Wi-Fi card and stuff. But some of this stuff, a little bit harder than it looks on a YouTube video. But once you've done it several times, it's kind of second nature. You can usually get it down. There he's go. He's starting to make some progress now. Go this way. Go this way around. When you hear that little clicking, that means it's all the way out, and that's just the locking nut stopping it from coming out further. Does that make sense? There we go. Abe's finally got the plate off. Look at that. So there's the plate. We'll set that aside. You now have access to your SSDs, your storage, both your M.2 drives and your 2.5 inch. Now this did come with an SSD in it, but we're replacing that because this has been used. It's been also wiped, so it's had several cycles on it. So we will be replacing that. Now Abe may be wondering, where's your RAM? Well, Lenovo like to put these little covers over your RAM. And you see these two aren't populated. That's because there's two more DIMM sockets on the other side behind the keyboard. Okay, so first thing we should probably do is take out this existing SSD. So this is actually a Samsung SSD, shockingly enough, that they threw in here. An 500 gig 860 EVO. But the problem with using this is it's been used, so it has a lot of read and write cycles on it. Plus, it's been wiped, which wiping, if you don't know how that works, they have to overwrite several times. Now, on an SSD, you're not supposed to do that. You're supposed to use the vendor's specialized utility to securely delete or erase the data, but still, it kind of wears out the SSD. So, for longevity reasons, and just, since it's going to be a new set for you, you really want to put a new SSD in it. So, we're not going to use this existing SSD. So, we're going to take that out of here. We can also pop in the RAM down here, but we also have two other DIMM slots that are under the keyboard that we'll have to do as well. And your new SSD is going to be an M.2 one, so it's going to go in one of these caddies here, okay? So first we'll go ahead and take that SSD out there. So there is a close-up shot, like I said. So the first thing we're going to do is we're going to remove this connector right here. This should just pop right off like so. It has a little pull tab. See that, Abe? Yep. And that right there, that little connector, is for your SATA drive. Next thing, you see what they're doing? They're just pulling up on that tab right there. Do you want to do it or you want me to do it? I can do it. So see that depiction right there? Yep. And be careful. Pull that out. And there you go. The SSD has been removed from the tray. But if you notice, your SSD is still in your caddy. So what you ideally want to do is you want to take this SSD out of this caddy and put that caddy back in there so you have it. You don't necessarily have to keep the caddy in here. Like, you can put this in a baggie and store it somewhere, but ideally you'd probably want to put it back in there to keep it in there. So that has been removed. Looking at that, this bottom should just come right off. Abe, do you want to do that? Or you want me to do it? So that bottom should just slide off, although try to keep it down. Well, hold on. Back that out. There we go. Straight out. Yep, so there you go. There is your cable. So I don't know how you guys see that. There is the cable. That's your SATA connection. You want to go ahead and keep that. Be careful. This is a ribbon connector, so you don't want to pull too hard on that. You want to pull on this, which that's what Abe did, right? Yep. You don't pull on that cable, otherwise you can break that cable. So there is your caddy. You can just take that off. That might just be pressure fitted on. You want to see if that's pressure fitted on? Might just snap off. I think it is. Do you see any screws on the side there? I don't. So I might be able to just pull it out. Or it might slide out. You want me to look at it, or you think you can figure it out? Yep. Yeah, see, it's just pressure fitted. So if you can see how A's popping that out. There is the SSD by itself, and there's your caddy. And this can just rest in here if you want to. Yep, that can just rest in here. You want it to just stay in there, rest in there?
Yep.
So you have it. Now, that's the thing about some of these places you get these units from, if they're, you know, decommissioning recycling centers like TechR2 was. They have to pull the existing hard drives out and shred them because that's the whole purpose. They do data eradication. They have to remove any critical and sensitive confidential data that may be on them. If it's a bank, you know, you don't want bank documents getting out to the public, right? So they'll pull out the drives and they'll erase the data on them. Sometimes they will not put the caddies back in them. So you have to go out and buy a caddy, which Abe had to do. You want to show those caddies over here? Just briefly, yep. Abe had to go out and buy the M.2 caddies because if you look right here, there was no M.2 caddies in there. So when they pulled the drives out, they didn't put the caddies back in there. So just a little thing to keep caution of. So what do you want to put in this first? Do you want to put the SSD in, or do you want to pop some RAM in? What do you want to do? This is your unit, Abe. I'm letting you start taking some control of this.
Let's do the SSD.
Okay. So right here, this is an M.2 SSD. So you have the tray, which is the caddy, and then you have the drive itself. You can go ahead and bring the SSD itself. Those are the caddies. You can bring that over here, and you can go ahead and unbox that if you want. You might have to cut that. Hold on. Shit, struggling to get a damn box open. So Abe did it upside down, but oh well. Go ahead and flip that around. Okay, so there's the SSD. You can go ahead and take the cover off of it. Just lifts up. Yep, you can go ahead and pop that out. It's just like a gum stick. Stick of gum. That's out of camera, but go ahead and pop it, lower it down. So there is Abe's SSD. So he went for the 970 Evo Plus, 2 terabyte, which a 2 terabyte one was on sale, which is good. Now this is an NVme drive, PCI Express 3.0. So perfect SSD for this application. It is using TLC based NAND flash. So not MLC, but still pretty reliable. And you can just lay it down on this, which is the beauty, because this is, you know, like an anti-stack mat in essence. Okay. So the next step, go ahead and grab yourself a M.2 caddy. Now, also, there's a little baggie of screws. You want to get that out of there? You can take that second caddy out of there as well. That one will just rest inside there for now. That bag, you can just toss it. So this is going to be the fun part, is installing the caddy. But I think Abe is up to the task. If you install only one solid-state drive, install it into the A slot. So I don't know if you can look on there, but the A one. So it says slot A is slot 0. So that one, right? So both of these can take both SATA or NVMe. Okay? If you can just install one drive, you want to put it in slot 0 first. Okay, so what you'll need is a caddy. And how these caddies go is they go a certain way. So this is the bottom. This would be the top. So the side that has this label, what you do is you slide it in. But first, you got to remove this screw down here. So, Abe, do you want to remove that screw? That bottom one? What driver do you want?
Pickwood.
Okay. Hey, I offered. You guys can't hate on me. So Abe's going to remove that screw very carefully. Make sure it's not stripped. Is that the right bit? He's finding a new bit. Okay, so Abe's going to remove that bottom screw. Yeah, go ahead and remove the second one too. Just set that aside. Got like that tray. Pretty nifty there, huh? Okay, yep.
Is that magnetic?
You can make it magnetic. I have the magnetizer and demagnetizer.
It's a way better screwdriver.
Well, the LTT is magnetized, and they say there's a stronger.
I can't feel it.
You're funny, Abe. You're funny. I like you. Okay, so Abe, do you want to install this caddy or want me to demonstrate it?
You can.
Okay, I see. So, like I said, this caddy will go in with the label side up, lay all the way down flush, and there, it goes under this main board here. It has these two little like hooks, and it slides up all the way flush like that. And now, Abe, you can go ahead and screw both of these caddies down. And I don't know why these caddies exist. That should just be part of the chassis, you know? It should be raised like that, part of the chassis, but for whatever reason, Lenovo decided to do it that way on this specific model. Kind of a dumb design there. So, yep, it's the bottom one. Yep, good job. Because this one is for the SSD itself. You just want it snug, you know, not too tight. You don't want to start stripping the screws.
All right, guys, so it looks like we're going to be better off if we just put it in the caddy first and then try to snap it in real snug. So that's what Vic is going to do right now. He's going to disengage that screw because, remember, we want to be putting this in slot 0, aka slot A, if you're only installing one M.2 drive. So he's about to slide that sucker in there, if it'll go. Yep, seems to slide right into the caddy when it's external. So now we're going to try to slide that sucker back in there after we screw in the SSD to the caddy.
Okay, so this is why you don't follow random YouTubers. It looks like the best way to put the SSD in is first you want to slide the M.2 drive into the caddy, okay? And then, of course, you want to screw it down because when you go to pressing that connector, it's going to move that back. You don't want that. So we're going to go ahead and screw the M.2 drive onto the caddy. Now, the screws are included with the M.2 caddies. So here's the screws are very freaking tiny, so probably going to need to use the teeny turner on that one. So I'm going to go ahead and pull that out. Something that you probably do not want to use an LTT screwdriver for. I mean, Abe, if you want, you can go ahead and try that for the for the small M.2 screws.
Nope.
But I don't really think that would be the appropriate candidate for that. So I'm going to go ahead and use the teeny turner there. And I'm going to go ahead and screw that down.
All right, guys, so we were lied to again. It looks like it goes the opposite way. So Vic's going to unscrew the M.2 drive, put it in the right place.
So there's multiple ass backward things with this M.2 design. Normally, when you mount an SSD, you mount it with the Samsung logo on the top. That's just how you mount SSDs. But for this specific caddy, you have to flip it upside down. And I can see the connector now, where the notch is. You have to flip it upside down. So 2 things to note. Okay. Now this stuff is normal. You're gonna discover this stuff when this is your first time working on this specific model. But once I've worked on this model, I know it. So there on out, when I do more P50s, I'll know, hey, this is what you gotta do. This needs to be upside down, stuff like that. But some quirks that they do not tell you about, and you can look in the service manual. That service manual will tell you very fucking much.
Doesn't tell you a thing at all.
It tells you, hey, this is an SSD, this is where it goes, but I don't know how I put it in there. So, come on, Lenovo, you can do a little bit better. Now, in fairness, they do have video. Lenovo does have official videos showing how to install it, but they don't still have that available for the P50 anymore. But anyway. So 2 things to note when you're doing the M.2 drive on the Lenovo ThinkPad P50. Flip the SSD upside down, slide it into the caddy first, and then slide the caddy into this tray and then screw it down. But before you do that, remove these bottom screws that are on the computer itself. Okay? Your M.2 screw should come with the caddies in a small little baggie. Okay? There are the instructions. Does that help you out? So we're going to go ahead and try this again. And hopefully we will be successful now.
I'm waiting on the professional. So, ladies and gentlemen, while Vic goes ahead and corrects the mistake, we're going to talk about the next thing we'll be putting in. We'll probably go to the RAM. Hopefully everything works out. We got it turned around. Vic's going to slide it into that caddy. Look at that. Slides right in perfectly, almost like it was meant to be. You're going to make sure them screw holes are lined up, specifically the ones M.2 to the caddy. He tightened the screw. Make sure it's all lined up. You just want to look for a snug fit. Don't over tighten, don't over screw in all aspects of life. Alrighty, so we have the caddy ready to go. The M.2 is mounted in there. Vic's going to slide it in. Let's listen for that click.
That worked.
It did click in there. So, ladies and gentlemen, we have been successful. Vic's now going to screw in the M.2 caddy screw into the case. Look at that. It's going to screw right in perfectly.
And while I'm doing that, I'm pushing this upward.
Make sure that it is pushed in fully while you are screwing it down. You don't want any loose connections. So, ladies and gentlemen, that's how you install an M.2 into your Lenovo P50. We're going to put this other caddy in here and go ahead and screw it down just so it's out of the way and we have it in there.
These screws are so fucking tiny.
Of note, a magnetic screwdriver is a godsend. Alrighty?
So, we should now successfully have the M.2 drive installed and the additional caddy. So, down the road, if you do want to expand, maybe have an extra drive to put stuff on, maybe a porn collection or a FLAC library or Blu-ray RIP library, whatever you want.
Yep, only took 30 minutes.
You'll be able to put that in there because you have that second caddy available in there for you. I think the caddy should just be in there, right? It should just be part of the case. But sometimes they just want to throw a curveball at your way and make things harder, huh? So we're also going to put this back in here like that. And you can go ahead and connect it. You don't necessarily have to, but just to keep it there, I'll go ahead and snap that back on. So he's also got his 2.5-inch SATA caddy in there too. So Abe, you can eventually put in 2 more SSDs to further expand storage.
God knows I'll need it.
Right. So there is that. So I'll go ahead and snap that in, and then we're going to move on to the next part. Which is perfect because there's 1 minute on the timer. Here you go. This should just snap on.
This little connector should just snap on. Again, just leave it in there. No point in removing it, keeping it in an extra bag. Just makes it easy. So, we have successfully completed the SSD swap.
Okay, guys, so guess what? We have to pull that SSD back out because I found out when we were playing around with the caddies earlier, we pulled this thermal pad out, but technically on this drive you don't really need to have a thermal pad, but it looks like it acts as an elevation, so it can elevate the SSD up a little bit, which I can start to see a little bit of a tilt on the SSD. It'll probably still work that way, but it's supposed to have this in there, and I'm guessing the part with this peel off film is probably the side that's supposed to be facing the SSD. So we have to take this back out, slide this back into the caddy, and put the SSD back in there. So I'm going to go ahead and do that. Abe's going to basically dictate as I go, and he can probably vent his frustrations about this design. Now, I will let you know, on the P52, doesn't require an M.2 caddy. The SSD just slides in, screws down. On the P50, it requires. This is the first I've seen an M.2 caddy on on anything like this. Usually the SSD just slides right into the motherboard, pops right on. You know what I'm saying? Even on laptops. So I don't know why Lenovo thought of this caddy design for the M.2 drives, but whatever, I guess. So I'm going to go ahead and do that. Abe will dictate or talk about other stuff or whatever he wants to talk about.
All right, so walking through a step-by-step process. I'm sure you guys are overjoyed to see us remove this caddy again. If you are going to remove an M.2, take it out from the back of the caddy, not the front. Vic's going to go ahead and slide that base in there. So now that that's in there, we're just going to go ahead and slide the M.2. That little piece we put in there should give it enough room to kind of hold that M.2 in there straight. We were seeing a little bit of curve without it. Looks like that thermal pad is causing Vic a little bit of trouble. It makes it very hard to slide that M.2 drive into the full position. Looks like he finally got it after a little trial and error, wiggling it back and forth. He's going to go ahead and put that screw in there, tie it down. Again, thermal pad makes it so it's a little more resistant.
This is why they pay IT people $95 an hour.
But as you guys know, that's why they get paid the big bucks to do all the installs. Always trial and error.
So, since this just pops on the back, you don't have to take that SSD back out. Go ahead and tell them that.
Alrighty, so another outstanding tip. You don't actually need to remove the SSD. The thermal pad just kind of sits right on the back. So
And how it goes on is, see that this is a longer part. Oh, shit. I don't know if I can pop it back out, but maybe. Now
So-
now it wants to stay.
I'd leave it. I know how to explain it. So what you're looking for is the longer piece of thermal padding. That's going to go on the outside. On the inside, it should just be that slim little small rectangular piece. And that's what's going to sit right up against your M.2 drive and lock it in.
And
But-
there is a little protective film on both sides of the padding that you want to peel off on the thermal.
Of note, on that thermal padding, there is a little piece of plastic protective film. Make sure you go ahead and remove that. So after the 37th try, now we're going to screw this caddy in. M.2's been locked in. We heard the snap, so it snapped right into place. And then maybe we'll get on to the next part before the 30-minute mark in this video. Beautiful. You know you're doing good when you hear that click.
Tell them done and good fucking riddance.
So Vic's just making sure everything's in there nice and tight. And we're going to say goodbye and good riddance to the SSD portion of this video.
So, we finally got the SSD installed. Abe dictated that. So, the documentation just says slide it on in. Well, it's not just slide it on in. You have to flip the SSD upside down, slide it in the caddy, and then slide the caddy into the socket. All the way flush. Make sure you remove that screw on the case first. And keep the thermal pad on, but remove both the protective films on both sides. That is how you do it. And also, if your unit did not come configured with an M.2 drive, you will have to buy the caddies separate. I don't think you can buy them directly from Lenovo anymore, so you have to buy them off eBay on the used marketplace. Fun, fun, fun. Just some notes for the Lenovo P50. And this is what happens with these older used laptops. Is sometimes you'll have some of these quirks where you have to get stuff used Or if you're a repair shop, when the unit is still new or still, in service, buy a bunch of those parts so you have those on hand. Now, if I was generous, we could put in a second 970 Evo Plus into the system, but that is for my P52, and I don't know if I feel generous to just hand over another pretty much $200 because this laptop was $200. This drive, I think, is what, 170?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah. So I don't know if I'm generous to just throw another pretty much $200 at Abe. That'd be $400 just boop, out of my pocket into Abe's. But that'd be pretty cool. Have this thing rigged out with 2 drives, huh? But that might be something Abe will do down the road, or just for shits and giggles, maybe for another video down the road. He's like, you know what? Let's put in an 8 terabyte Sabrent rocket, because Sabrent has an 8 terabyte NVme drive, so you could put an 8 terabyte SSD in there. I believe it's TLC based flash as well, which is pretty cool. So now we are going to move on to greener pastures, something that will not give us as much of a hurdle because Lenovo did stick to standards this time. Okay, so now we are going to do the RAM. For the RAM, Abe is going to be maxing this bad boy out with not 32, but 64 gig of RAM. Because why not, right, Abe?
Why not?
Max her out. So this unit takes DDR4, and I believe the memory controller can go up to 2133, but you can no longer buy 2133, so we're going to just put 2400 in there. It'll still work. It'll just downclock to 2133. You'll have slightly higher latency on your memory timings, on your cache latency, but from 2133 to 2400, it's not going to be that big of an issue at all. But just nitpicking there. Ideally, if you can buy the speed that matches the maximum of your memory controller on the CPU, that's what you want to do for optimal configuration. But you can't buy 2133 anymore. At least Crucial didn't have it available, so we went with 2400. But this is pretty much going to set him up for years to come. 64 gig of RAM. I think you can open up Word and Excel with 64 gig of RAM. I think you're going to be fine there.
1 tab.
Well, it's not Chrome. I mean, if you have a bunch of Chrome tabs open, yeah, maybe you want the 64 gig of RAM for that.
Yeah.
Yeah, we'll see. So we're going to go ahead and install this RAM. Now, one thing that Lenovo does on their laptops, and some other vendors do it, but mostly I've seen it on Lenovo's, is they like to put this little cover over the DIMM slots. I don't know why. Just something that gets in the way, but that is where your DIMM slots are hiding. Now, this actually has 4 DIMM slots. 2 on the bottom, and the other 2 are under the keyboard, which kind of weird, but that's just how they did it. I wish they would have had them all available here on the bottom. But to install the other 2, Abe, that's what we'll have to do is we'll have to remove the keyboard and get access to that. That's also where your Wi-Fi card is hiding, is under the keyboard as well. It would have been nice if you could have had all that here on this bottom panel, but we didn't get that lucky, Abe, okay? So, do you want to install the RAM? So, here's the RAM. This is Crucial. Okay, and these are 16 gig DDR4 2400 SODIMM modules. Cache latency of 17. Manufactured in 2023. Both these modules are. So there is all your RAM. So we'll go ahead and pop these out. And these are notched, so they only go in one way. You can see the notch right there. See that notch? So they only go in one way. Now Abe's going to attempt this. Go ahead and pop open the blister pack.
Come on, baby.
Abe's struggling just to open up a RAM package.
Nah, you just got to find the right spot, and then it just pops. Pops right open. Boom.
You can just lay those out on the... Okay. I'll go ahead and open up the second one and lay these out for Abe. That's another thing I'm going to have. I'm going to have RAM trays where you can put all the RAM in. Okay, so there you go. There's 64 gig of RAM laid out on the table of DDR4 SODIMM. We're now going to install them. So Abe, these are going to go in. There's a notch. You can see the notch. You just line the notch up. You have these at a 45-degree angle. Slide them in to where you barely see any copper traces, or they're pretty much all the way hidden on the header. And then you push down on this edge until these two clips. I know that the cover kind of makes it weird and awkward. You'll hear it click and it'll click in, okay? So, Abe's going to attempt that first one.
So it just sits in there like that?
Yep, you can put it in there and then and it just clicks in. And see that? You should a little bit of the copper trace shown is okay. But yep, go ahead and put the second module in. Like I said, 45-degree angle. Line up the notch. Line up the notch. It's got to be flipped around on that one.
So this tab over here.
Let me see. Here. Say Vic's going to do this one.
Vic's going to do this one.
So on this one, you had to flip it upside down. Cause see the notch? The notch doesn't line up.
Mm-hmm.
So flip that upside down like that. And oops, like that. So it sits all the way flush. See how it has that like diving board? Like that. Make sure both sides are snapped in. Okay, so the RAM is installed on the bottom, but our work is not done. The remaining SODIMM slots are under the keyboard, so we have to flip this around and take off the keyboard, Abe.
Woohoo!
This will also show us if we have a 4G modem in this. So, Abe, do you want to take a gamble? Do you think this has a 4G modem in it?
No.
Abe says no. Now, usually your SIM card slot for the modem is usually in the battery compartment. Under the battery compartment, there's usually a little slot in there to put your SIM card, which there is a slot for it. So it just depends on if it has the modem installed or not, if you can actually utilize it. Then you also have to install the drivers for it, but that's stuff for that. So we're going to go ahead and flip this laptop over and proceed to taking off the keyboard. Fun stuff.
Woohoo!
On the bottom of this unit, there's 3 screws that have a keyboard logo right there, which is nice, but wish I knew about that. So we're going to go ahead and remove those 3 screws.
So Vic's going to go ahead and remove those 3 screws. It looks like they do come all the way up. Magnetic screwdriver for the win. It is nice that the screws are labeled with a keyboard. That way you don't unscrew something that wasn't supposed to be unscrewed. Alrighty, so he removed those 3 screws. We're going to flip the laptop back over and open the case. Turn it over and open the display. You're going to push hard in the direction shown by the arrows, which is a forward towards the screen, to unlatch the keyboard. Then the keyboard will open up slightly. Once it lifts up, pivot the keyboard slightly upward as shown by arrow 4 until you can see the connectors on the bottom side of the keyboard. Then turn over the keyboard by shown.
Look at that, Abe.
You're going to pull the keyboard on the palm rest and detach the connectors. Then remove the keyboard. So it looks like there's a couple attachments. Vic's going to go ahead and pop those out real easily.
See on mine, you don't have to take this all the way off, but there's your keyboard, Abe.
Wonderful.
Tell them that.
Now that the keyboard's been detached, we can go ahead and see our RAM. And our Wi-Fi card, which we will be changing out.
Okay, so the keyboard is different on this model, and I actually prefer this method to the P52. On the P52, you had to pop off both the trackpad's buttons, which was kind of dumb, but this actually came off easier, although I don't like that the connectors are shorter, so you do have to take the connectors off, but do note they are right here. You got a small and a longer one right there, so you can't really screw those up. Just make sure you remember to connect it, otherwise your keyboard won't work. So your RAM is hiding underneath this caddy here. Your Wi-Fi module is underneath this flap, which, yes, Lenovo likes to use these black covers. There's your Wi-Fi module, Abe. And the moment of truth, does this have a 4G modem in it? What do you think?
No. I was right.
Nope, Abe's does not have a 4G modem in it. Bummer. But you can easily add one. It just pops right in. You connect those two connectors. Mine does have a 4G modem in it, Dave. Bummer. That's always a card you can get. You just got to find the right model, pop it in. It's probably only $20 or something like that, just like the Wi-Fi card. Okay, so we're going to go ahead and take this off. It looks like there's just one screw instead of two on the P52, so I'll go ahead and do that. Remove that cover, and we're going to install the additional RAM. How's that sound, Dave?
Wonderful.
Now, this is where your existing RAM will be. So if we undo these covers, you'll see there's your existing RAM. Okay? So do you want to remove these existing modules, or you want me to do it?
Go for it.
Oh, don't you want to know how a RAM module gets removed?
Yeah, show me.
So, see these two tabs?
Yep.
You take your thumbs and you pull them both outwards that way. You can probably dictate that to them. It'll pop up like so. See how it's that diving board effect? You pull it out. This one just had a single module, a single 8 gig module. Samsung one. You can set that aside. I'll keep that in my collection. Can I have that module?
Of course.
Okay. And you'll see your second one, DIMM slot, is unpopulated right there. So ideally, when you install the RAM, you want to, if you're going to fill both sockets, you want to do the bottom one first. You can move these wires out of the way. That's for your 4G modem there, and also your Wi-Fi card. Move these wires out of the way. See how it's kind of a tight design there, huh? Kind of a bad design there on that, but move these wires over. Hopefully we don't fuck up. Hopefully your Wi-Fi module don't get fucked up. Do you want to install the modules, or you want me to do it?
Go for it. You're already there.
So you just see where the socket is, the notch is. Okay, so what you'll do is you're going to look where the notch is at, and as you can see, that does not line up, so this has to be flipped. One thing to note is you always want to start with the bottom socket first if you're populating both sockets. So you want to be at a 45-degree angle, kind of like that diving board effect, right, Abe?
Yep.
And then make sure it's fully flush. You don't see any copper traces, or just bare minimal. And it should snap down in. But see how these Wi-Fi cables are in the way? Kind of a dumb design there. Might need a little move over. This will push down in like so. See how that snapped in? Just make sure both sides are snapped. There's your first module there. We'll go ahead and install the second module. See where the notch is. This one also needs to be flipped upside down. Gonna have that 45-degree angle. Slide it in there. Make sure it's fully flush. That does not look like it got fully flushed. There we go. Like that. Get that diving board effect. Pop it in there. There you go. Your RAM is installed. I do not like these stupid covers, but it is what it is. The RAM has been upgraded. You go ahead and put this cover back on. This only goes on a certain way, so see how that does not go like that. It goes like this. You can tell from the screw hole, right? Slides over like that. Get the little screw action there. Pop this back on. And that will just screw right back down, just snug. You'll know if it's fully seated because when we boot the system, you can go in the BIOS or we can do a RIM test on it and see if it sees all 64 gig of RAM. So there you go. RAM has been upgraded on this unit. We will proceed on to the next thing, which, what do you want to do? Wi-Fi card next?
Yep.
So the Wi-Fi card is hidden under here. There's your existing Wi-Fi card. One thing to note is on some laptop models, Lenovo, for whatever reason, it's not just in Lenovo, some other vendors do this as well, they'll blacklist that socket to certain modules only, so if you want to put a different module in there, it won't be recognizable in Device Manager, so aka you won't be able to use the card. But on some units, they lift that restriction and you can put any card you want. On the P52, I believe they do not have that block list, so you should be able to just pop in and upgrade that card to whatever card you want. Hopefully that's the same case on this P50. We'll find out, I guess, when you go to boot it. If not, we'll just pop that old card back in there. But given this is the P series is more the workstation line, hopefully they remove that restriction. They did on the P52, so Abe's taking a little bit of a gamble. I mean, I could have done a little bit of research into that before he got the card, but the card's only $20, so he's like, fuck it, why not do it, you know? So we're gonna attempt this. You gotta be very careful with these connectors because they can be brittle and a bitch to get on and off sometimes. So I think Abe wants to do the Wi-Fi card on this unit. Please note which antenna is on which. It doesn't really matter. You could put them backwards, but ideally you want to match them up. So the main connector is using the gray, and then the auxiliary connector is using the black. Okay. So it goes gray and black. Makes sense? So you can either pop the connectors off first, or you can remove the module and then pop the connectors off. I would probably remove the connectors first. But if you want to, you can also look at the manual first just to see how they did it, or if they even depict anything. They probably just say remove the module. They probably don't really go into detail about it. But Abe's scrolling through the service manuals because he wants to make sure he gets it right. Oh, wireless LAN right there. So Abe's going to go ahead and remove the existing Wi-Fi card. Before he does that, let's just take a look at what it is. Abe, do you want to read the model of that? It should say on the top.
I can't even read it.
Okay. Let me see.
I need a magnifying glass.
A microphone glass?
Magnifying glass.
Magnifying, not micro. So he has an Intel 8260 NGW. I believe this is an 802.11ac card. And the card he's going to be putting in it is inside of here, this little thing. Oops. This is a Wi-Fi 6E card, so Wi-Fi 7. And this is an Intel AX21. Let's see, Intel AX210 NGW. And it even includes a little screwdriver, which is kind of cool. So that's the card he's going to be putting into it. So Abe, go ahead and take out the existing Wi-Fi card. Yeah, you probably want to use the teeny turner. All right, Abe, this is the best screwdriver to use. Would you imagine using this fucker on that?
Yeah, you want to hold that flap?
Oh, you need me to hold a fucking flap? Really? Did you get the right bit? Beautiful. So Abe's got the screw out. He's setting that aside. Use the teeny turner. This just works just like a RAM card. So see how it has that diving board effect? Then you can just pull it straight out if you want, or you can detach the cables first. It's up to you. I'd probably remove the card first, maybe, if you can. Straight out. Yep, so there's the existing Wi-Fi card. Now he's got to detach the connectors. Remember, what was it? Gray and then black? Was the polarity of it? If you get backwards, it doesn't matter. It's just for the antennas, but ideally you want to keep everything the same. So, Abe, you ready to disconnect those?
Yep.
Are you going to do it with your fingers, or are you going to use a little tiny spludger or tweezers or something?
Tweezers.
I don't know if I have tweezers. I have a spludger.
How do you pop them off?
They should just pop right off. You can use this. Maybe. Or you can use a guitar pick if you think that'd be less brutal. This is the fun part. They break. If the connectors break, that means you have to take the antennas off, which guess where the antennas are at? They're behind the LCD panel.
Great.
So Abe's going to take... Ideally, you want to do it on the connector and not the wire. Ideally. But you got to be gentle because you can end up busting the... You can use the wire if you want to. But I would probably use... I think how... Do you remember how Lenovo did it, right? They did it from here, didn't they? Yeah, they did it like that.
I can't even remember.
There you go. Did it like that. So there's the existing Wi-Fi card. Set that aside. That was out of focus, but that's okay. Slightly out of focus. There we go. So the existing Wi-Fi card is removed. What you want to do is you want to take just a little thing like this and on the wire towards the end, just gently pop up on both. That's what I did. And it seemed to be frictionless. And you could tell if the connector breaks onto here because you can look at these connectors and actually look at that. There's no remnants on them. So that actually, I think we did, that worked perfectly. So there's the Wi-Fi card, just this little tiny thing. It uses an M.2 fashion. So now Abe's going to install the new Wi-Fi card. There's the new Wi-Fi card. Give him Wi-Fi 6E. That's if it's not blacklisted. Hopefully it shouldn't be. It should show up in the device manager. So go ahead and you can take that cover off. Be very gentle because there's 2 small screws in there as well. But you can just use this. You can just use the same screw that you pulled off of that one. It's the same thing. You don't have to use their screwdriver. You can just use ours. Okay. Abe's taking off the thing there. You could just dump upside down. It should fall out, maybe. Oh, you might have to take it by the edge and pop it out. The most critical thing with RAM or M.2 drives or Wi-Fi cards is just touch the sides and don't touch the gold contacts because you don't want your skin oils and shit getting on that. And if there was ESD to happen, that's the worst place to have it happen is right on those gold contacts. So what I would do is I would install the card first and then pop the connectors on after. So just like installing RAM, you want to have that 45-degree diving board effect, but you want to see it all the way in the connector with no gold contacts showing or very minimal. You have that diving board effect, and then you can dive it down. Make sure that crescent lines up with that screw hole perfectly, and then you can screw the tiny M.2 screw back in to secure it. So Abe is trying to see if he's got that diving board effect. That looks correct. Yeah, that's perfect. You hold that down, and then you screw that screw on. I hate these covers. I don't know why Lenovo does those little covers over everything. It's kind of dumb, but and you want to be straight on. You don't want to have that. You don't want to have that angle at it. You know what I'm saying? Hopefully you got the right bit. Well, you took it off, so hopefully it's biting good enough. So we'll find out if this Wi-Fi card works. Should. We should be okay. You got it? So there you go. New Wi-Fi card has been installed. Now he's just got to reattach the connectors. Do you remember what one came first?
Gray than black?
I hope you remember. So how these go on is first you want to hover this connector flat above these little tits, above that little tit. And then you take something like, I don't know, something like this, and then it just snaps on. You'll hear that. You'll. I don't really want to say you'll hear a snap. You might hear a little tiny snap, but mostly it's something that you'll feel. Like you'll feel it get engaged. Do you want to try it? Or you want me to try it?
Help me out. I got it.
Nope, it's not right over. Probably got to go north a little bit. Nope. Nope. Oop. Oop. I think that did it. Now you got to do black. You'll know because if you have poor Wi-Fi signal, well, you can use this. If you have poor Wi-Fi signal, it's probably because your antennas aren't snapped on. Could you imagine swapping 5 of these out a day on the Tinies? Tinies are easy to get to, though. This, you have to take a keyboard off. Think it's on there? All the way?
The gray one's about to come off. It's
fuck here. What you thinking, Abe? What you thinking about this process? And these Wi-Fi cards, this how they connect. This isn't just a Lenovo thing. This is just the standard across the board for Wi-Fi cards. This is how they get installed. Probably not the best design, huh? You?
You tell me. I honestly have no idea.
What do you think?
I have no idea.
I say, if you have poor Wi-Fi signal, fucking deal with it. You have to sit right underneath that fucking access point for all I care.
Yeah.
Although that second connector, the black one, that's just auxiliary. That just acts as a backup. Although it could also be for MIMO, multi-user MIMO. It has to uses several antennas, or it could also be to add 6 gigahertz. It's not necessary, but ideally you want to have all the antennas connected for optimal performance. Like say you didn't have both those connectors connected, what would happen? Well, you would have very poor Wi-Fi signal because you don't have an antenna attached, or you might not have Wi-Fi signal at all. Like the card would still appear and everything, but it wouldn't be able to hear anything. So that just attaches your antennas, and the antennas are just little metal things that sit behind the LCD panel. So say you did screw up these connectors, these wires go all the way up through the bezel along the side to 2 little antennas that sit behind your monitor. So if those broke, you'd have to take the whole monitor off and swap out those antennas, and then reroute the wiring all the way down the side, the bezel, and all the way out through. Which, guess what? I'm probably going to have to do that on my P52.
Nice.
Yeah, so that'll make an interesting video when I feel around and do that. Not really feeling like doing that, but shit happens. I guess that's how you learn a laptop. Is once you have the fucker in a billion pieces, you have every little part of it just laid out on the table. I guess that's how you get to know the fucking laptop, huh? Or that makes you run for the fucking hills away from that and be like, yeah, I'm probably not going to use this model ever again. I'm going to find a different model. So I think we got the Wi-Fi card on. I mean, I think they're sitting okay. Fuck it. There is no 4G modem, unfortunately. So, but you can always add that. Just a card, pop in, and then the 2 connectors, same thing. They're right here. The blue and orange. They just pop on just like the Wi-Fi card. The antennas are already in the system. And the SIM card slot is already there. So just pop in the SIM, pop in the card, connect the wires, install the driver, and then boom. Get T-Mobile to provision that SIM card number. Say, hey, turn this SIM card on, activate it for 4G. Or they'll probably activate it for 5G, but it will downgrade to 4G. It doesn't matter. It'll work. Cool. So what is next? Is there any other things we got to install in this physically? I don't remember.
Battery.
Yeah, the battery, but that's something you do after. Not sure what these are. Oh, these are Wi-Fi antennas. So also came with 2 little Wi-Fi antennas that you can, if you didn't have Wi-Fi antennas for your card or some shit. I think we got everything. Of course, you could also blow it out. Fortunately, the other side of the fans are hidden under that bezel, so if you want to blow it out, you can take the whole thing apart, but I don't think it wants to do all that. And do you want rethermal compound and all that?
Yeah.
Yeah. If we get the thing thermal compound, the whole thing has to come apart, including those antennas. Those antennas have to come back off.
Yeah, I said we take it, piece it out.
I say, dust what we can, assemble back together.
No, I'm joking.
The thermals are okay. Fuck it. Now, if this was like my old Dell laptop to where you have access to the heatsink, yeah, we could pull the heatsink right off, clean up the thermal compound, put new thermal compound on. We can get access to the fans a little bit, but it's not the best access, but we can dust off what is shown to us. Now, Abe, if you look at the bottom of it, you can see a little bit of dust, right? Mm-hmm. We can blow that out. But hopefully thermals are okay. I don't really feel like taking the whole thing all the way apart. So I'm going to get that out the little duster, and we'll just do a brief dust on it.
Vic's going to go ahead and blow out the laptop at this point using his fancy dancy Air Blaster 3000. Alrighty, let's watch as the dust escapes this laptop for the first time in 30 years.
Probably all needs to be done. Oh, they're with your Wi-Fi connectors. No, I'm joking.
Good enough.
Okay, so I think pretty much most of the stuff is done. We just have to put that keyboard back on, snap those trackpad buttons back on, hopefully. And then we can move on to booting it and testing it out, doing some initial BIOS stuff, maybe update the BIOS, and then boot into MemTest86 and test out the RAM, see if all our RAM's there. And then we can move on to OS installation, which will be Windows 10 Professional. It should just pick up the license key and everything. Everything should just work here on out. So I don't think there's anything else physical. Is there anything you think we missed or should do?
No.
We're not going to do thermal compound because that's going to involve taking the whole fucking thing apart, which I don't really want to do because you'll have to take this whole bezel off and to be able to get access to the heatsink, and I don't know, bad design. If you were able to easily take this off, you could probably get access to the heatsink right there. See the screws for it? But of course, Lenovo did not think of that. I wish there was an easy way to get to it. I mean, you can look on how to get the heatsink off, but that's keyboard bezel. Where does it say for the heatsink? It might say cooler. Abe's going through the service manual right now. Like I said, it's probably going to involve taking a lot apart, probably majority of the unit apart to get to the heatsink, which I do not feel like doing all that. No, thermal fan assembly right there. What's all that stuff you got to take off? Read all that.
That's easy stuff.
Read it. Read all the stuff that you got to do to get to the heatsink.
Oh, too easy. Battery, bottom cover, keyboard bezel assembly, hinge cast, LCD unit, chassis assembly.
Yeah, LCD unit and chassis assembly. Chassis means the whole freaking bezel. LCD means the monitor has to come off.
Too easy.
Because you probably have to take the hinge off to be able to get the whole bezel off.
Yeah, you do.
And I don't feel like doing all that.
Yeah, yeah.
Abe did not purchase the extended warranty from Open Back Door, so I don't feel like doing all that stuff. Did I tell you Kyle has a laptop he wants to send in? Because there's a tiny scratch on it that doesn't really matter, but he wants the monitor replaced. And I'm like, that's going to be a lot of effort and work, but hey, you want to pay for it? Okay. $45 an hour. Okay. So we're going to put the keyboard back on. I believe that's just reverse order. Just line it up, shift it back in, slide it back in, screw the bottom screws back on, but we also got to figure out how to put those these little trackpad buttons on. I gotta make sure I didn't bust any plastic on them. Hopefully not. That wouldn't be too good. Otherwise, I have to put a new keyboard on. Or you have to just take mine, which I don't really feel like doing that. Then I have to go buy a keyboard for probably 15 or 20 bucks. I don't even think Abe's gonna even use this keyboard. Are you even gonna use this keyboard on this?
Very rarely.
Yeah, but you probably want to ideally still work, right?
Yeah.
And what about the built-in trackpad?
Never.
But there's also the track point. A lot of people like the track point on the Lenovo laptops. So because you can just push up, push down, and they just move over the track point.
Mm-hmm.
Do you want your track point to still work?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Okay. So we're gonna put the keyboard back on. Try to pop those buttons back on. Hopefully they just pop on like butter. And we'll move on from there. We'll see if the thing boots. Because
that'd be pretty bad if it didn't boot.
we'll see if the thing can turn on. It's been turned on. You saw it. But after we mess with it, we'll see if it still turns on. See if it's still happy with us. That new battery probably is dead or is at 50%. Hopefully it's at 50% so it has a charge to it. And then we'll hook them up to a charger. I believe it takes a 170 watt charger, which I do have one. I don't know if we have one over there in the bin, but we'll check that out here in a bit.
Yep.
Go ahead and dictate. Vic's putting the keyboard back on.
All right, so Vic's going to go ahead and pop them trackpad buttons back on. Are you going to do that before?
Should we do it before?
It's probably easier if you do it before. Part numbers right there in case you would ever need to buy a new one.
So if you need a new keyboard for this, the part number is SN20H35156. And what is this? Is this a light tone keyboard? I don't know. It's FRU number 00PA247, model number PYWL-105US. Just in case you need a keyboard. It's always good to know.
So it looks like you just go in at an angle, get it to attach to that hinge part. So once it's on there, then you just push down, click it in, make sure it clicks, just like that, and trackpad buttons are back on. Relatively simple. Alrighty. Now Vic's going to flip it over and he's going to attach those two connectors back to the actual case. Motherboard. And then it should just, after that, pop into place. And then 3 screws on the back.
I will have to hire a fucking employee. Hold the fucking keyboard. So you want to make sure that goes all the way back. And then pull the connector down like that. These are very fragile ribbon connectors. So you want to make sure that goes all the way back. And you'll know when it's seated or not. Don't worry, we'll test every fucking button on this when it's done. Doesn't work? Oh well, Abe will connect it later. Right, Abe?
Yep.
You'll take it back apart and connect it. Like that. Just snaps down. Now, if it doesn't work, all you gotta do is just reseat those cables. Look. It's all the way against. Well, there we go. That edge was catching.
Yeah, and then it should
slide it back. Right?
Yeah.
Maybe. this keyboard's gonna be all greasy, huh?
Yeah. Thanks to you.
At least Ben ain't doing it.
Mm-hmm. So it just takes a little wiggling to get that keyboard to go back into place. You slide it up and then slide it back down, turn it over, and Vic's going to pop in those 3 screws, and hopefully the keyboard works. Real nice and easy with that Pickwick screwdriver. Magnetic, multiple bits. Very cheap, but effective. One done. On to the next. What was that, like a 3-second screw time? That's pretty good. 7 rotations to get a screw fully in place.
Here, want to try the LTD one? Here, you want to put the final one in?
Nope, let's see you.
That might be right there. Yeah, feels like
It just looks awkward in your hand.
I want Abe to put the final screw in. Good job bumping the camera. So Abe's going to put the final screw in. Make sure you got the right bit. Are you putting in the one that says keyboard? Okay. So Abe's going to give it a whirl. If it's the wrong bit, you know the process to change the bit, right?
Super convoluted.
Ratchet so you can go back and forth like this. I think that makes it dumber, doesn't it?
How the fuck do you know if it's screwed in or not?
So Abe's trying with the LTT screwdriver and he's struggling. Oh, you got it in. What'd you think, Abe?
Terrible.
So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna back this back out.
With the Pickwick.
Now Abe is gonna drive that screw again with the Pickwick, just to see what the difference is.
Watch this. Magnetic right on it. Line that sucker up.
Check the magnetism on this one. This one's
wasn't as good. You're gonna throw that sucker right down in the hole. Watch that. Watch this. Watch this. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 with ease. Too easy.
$11, $80, $100 after shipping from Canada.
There's a clear winner.
So keyboard's back on. I think that's everything. We got the RAM in there. All 64 gig of DDR4, which is brilliant. Got the SSD installed. Put his old caddies back in. Those are screwed down. I think all you gotta do is put the bottom cover back on and then pop in the battery, which we got a brand new battery from iFixit. We'll pop that in. He's got a second battery that came with it, which that battery seemed to be holding the charge just fine. So you got yourself a second battery, backup battery, good to have. So Abe's gonna put the bottom cover back on this bad boy and get on with it. You gonna use the LTT screwdriver or the Pickwick on this?
Pickwick.
Hey, everybody! I gave him options. You can't comment. You can't hate in the comments. I gave Abe an option. He's going with the Pickwick. This only goes on one way. You'll see these little latches. That usually means you gotta line it up first and then lay it down. You can snap a little bit, but usually once you get screwed in, you go around. You snap all those little tabs in. Make sense? But that's how you do it. I don't know if that's the right bit. You might need to change it. Might be the same bit.
Did I put that in right? Did I put that in right?
Wow, look at that work. Holy. Nope, that tab's not this tab's not all the way in, Abe. You want to make sure this sits flush.
Did you get it?
Back these out. Back these out. This isn't all the way in. Pop that fucker up. Abe's gonna end up busting his bottom panel before he gets the damn thing on. You're doing it wrong, Abe. You're supposed to be using the LTT screwdriver, don't you know it? There's tabs that click it in. I could definitely see Abe going into laptop repair pretty soon. Imagine you got an order in to repair 5 laptops in that day. Imagine that, Abe. Think you could do that? You know what would have been genius of Gamers Nexus? If he would have designed these cutouts, one of them to match sodium perfectly. See this right here, Abe? That didn't match. If he would have designed it just a little bit higher, because all sodium's the same size. Just things like that could have made it better. Yeah, that's not all the way in. It's that little. Oh, you gotta get that little nipple. See, there you go. There you go. Now you're cooking with grease. And you can go around the sides, usually from the bottom. Snap a little bit, but not all the way, because the screw's not all the way driven. And you'll screw one way, going all the way around. There we go. Now he's getting it.
Just takes a little bump and
grind. Here, you want to try?
Baby.
Want to try that? He's getting them on now. Cooking with bacon grease now. And pretty much all the physical aspects of this laptop will be done. The only thing we really skipped was doing thermal compound, you know, taking the heatsink out and properly fully taking it apart and dusting the whole thing out. But I don't think that's just the time and effort involved in that's just too much of a burden. Now, if you were having thermal problems where the thing was, you know, the fans are having really high and it's really hot and being sluggish and your thermals aren't looking too good on CPU temp and stuff like that, GPU, then yeah, we'll probably have to go through the hassle of tearing it all the way apart and change out the thermal compound. But really, we want to avoid that if all possible. Not too tight. You don't want to strip them. Just snug. Remember, this is just a cover. This isn't to hold the whole thing up together. So just to hold that cover on, all you need is snug. Yeah, and I could tell those heads are starting to strip. So there's that. Abe can go ahead and put the unbox over top so you can see it. So Abe's got the new iFixit box. Can you show the top of that so what it looks like? So as you can see, iFixit. You can buy batteries directly from iFixit for your laptop. Open it up. Yep, and there is the replacement battery. Okay, so Abe bought a brand new battery from iFixit. You can actually buy new laptop batteries from iFixit. I didn't know that, but that's a nice source to get them. So here he took it out of the box. So Abe, go ahead and take it out of that. Do you need a pair of scissors? There you go, if you need a pair of scissors. Oh, okay. Slide it out. Like so. And if we look at it, it is indeed a 77. Look at it, is indeed a 77. 77 plus, that's what this laptop takes. That's a 6-cell one. It doesn't look like a genuine Lenovo one. There's what a genuine Lenovo one looks like. See how it has the Lenovo badge, and see the coloring is a little different. But it should still work. It's compatible and everything. We looked on Lenovo's parts store, and they did not have the 77 Plus listed, so Abe went and got one off of iFixit. The battery that came with this laptop still seems to be functional, still seems to hold a charge, so Abe's got himself a spare battery. Unless he doesn't want it, and it'll be a spare battery for my P50 too, but I think Abe probably wants to have it. So go ahead and put this battery in, and it will just click in. You have to put it it goes in like this, like at an angle, and it hinges in. And I believe you can lock it like that. There should be a way to lock it. Like that. There, now it's locked. So, battery's in. You can go ahead and rotate the laptop other side. Moment of truth is, does this battery come with a charge? I don't know. Abe can go ahead and open up, unless you want to wipe it down again. Do you want to wipe it down again?
Not yet.
Okay. We don't use those wipes on the screen, though. But, yeah. I'll go ahead and adjust the camera angle, and then Abe's going to do the initial power on. Okay. So another thing that came with the iFixit battery is a little battery calibration thing. It says, for optimal performance, charge your newly installed battery up to 100% and keep charging it for at least 2 more hours. Then use your device until it shuts off due to low battery. Finally, charge it uninterrupted to 100%. And on the back of the card, it says, don't just throw away your old battery, recycle it, blah, blah, blah. Find an electronics recycling center in your area at ifix.gd/batteries. So just a little card. I might keep that in my things. So, okay, Abe, you want to press the power on button and see if it turns on. And it lights up, the LED lights up green, and it does indeed. Does it turn on? Did you see the Lenovo flash? Did you jinx it? And it just turned off. Oh, turned back on. Okay, so what it might be doing is it might be there it goes, Lenovo. What it might be doing is it's training for the new RAM. So see how it turns off and back on? That's what it's doing. It should at least beep. Oh, see the hard drive tail light blinking? Checking the hard drive. It's not going to find anything. It should say no OS found or something like that. This is normal for your computer to reboot several times after you change some things in it, especially when you mess with the RAM. Yep, there we go. There's nothing on this SSD, so it's going to eventually say, hey, no OS found. So it does boot. It does post. The battery does have some charge in it, which is good. Yep. There we go. We're thrown into the boot menu. Beautiful. And it does see our SSD, so that does confirm that we did get that SSD connected properly. See how it says the Samsung 970 Evo Plus, right?
Yep.
So it does work. Awesome. So you can go ahead and press the power off and shut her off. Just a single press turn off. There we go. So Abe's laptop does boot. It took a while. That's actually pretty normal. Like if you change out RAM, it has to acquaint itself as like, hey, a bunch of shit changed in me. Let me talk to the RAM, the SPD, figure out what the timings should be and all that stuff. So it went through that whole process. Now what we need to do is we need to get into the BIOS, reset the BIOS, look at a couple things there. Ideally, I'd like to update the BIOS. And we'd like to boot into Memtest 86 and get that going as well. We'll also need to find a charger for Abe. Now, what charger this can use is the one that I use on my P52, because my P52 also uses the same battery. It's a 170 watt charger. So I'll go ahead and show you the charger and what the specs should be. And if I have a second one, Abe can have the other one. So here's the charger. It's a bigger brick, the bottom of it. So I'll tell you what the specifications are for the charger, what you're going to need to have. This is an official Lenovo one. The model is ADL170NLC2A. The FRU part number is 45N0560. It's universal. It can take 100 to 240 volts, 50 to 60 hertz, because it's switching power supply. The output, it's a 20 volt, 2.5 amp, which is 170 watts. If you times 20 by 8.5, it's 170. So this is 170 watt charger. That's what you want to see. And I believe they said it's a slim tip type, which is just your standard rectangle yellow barrel. So we're going to see if we have another one of these 20 at 8.5 in the bin over there. Okay, so Abe is going to look through my existing collection there. I have a bunch of 1U PCs in there and a bunch of chargers, Lenovo chargers. You can just unzip that and keep it in there and pull it out. Now, there's a bunch of Lenovo chargers in that. I'm not sure if they're going to have specifically what you need or anything like that. Okay, so first thing that we probably want to do is we probably want to go in the BIOS, just check some things out there, see if it sees all of our RAM. We know it sees our SSD, but we don't necessarily know if it sees our RAM. So we're going to get in that. Usually you can just hit the enter button when you see a Lenovo button, and you can go down to BIOS, which is pretty self-explanatory. Okay, so we're going to boot in. Boot it again. This time, it should boot right away. It shouldn't reboot itself 15 times. You should just see the Lenovo. So you hit enter. And that should throw us into the into a boot menu. Should. Unless the keyboard's not working. Oh, there we go. So if the keyboard's working, we'll know. Yep. See how I paused that? So keyboard is working. That's good, right, Abe? So we have various options. We have escape to return to normal startup, F1 enter BIOS, F10 to diagnose hardware. That's something we'll go into too. F12 to choose a temporary boot option. So we're going to do F1 to go into the BIOS. Let's see if that works. And that seems to work. We're right into the BIOS. Look at that, Abe. So this will tell us what BIOS version we're running. So the BIOS is from 2018. So probably could do for an update. There's your model, serial number. No asset tag embedded. That's good. So they clear that out. It sees our i7-6820HQ. So TechR2 was not lying about the CPU that they said. If you look at installed RAM, do we have all 64 gig of RAM showing up?
Looks like it.
We do. Then we got your... Okay, see this as well? Pre-installed OS license.
Yep.
That is your embedded Windows 10 Pro license key embedded. That's not actually the key. That's just saying, hey, you have it installed. So that's good. Got your config, got your network, your power, date and time. Look at that. Still kept the right time. So your BIOS battery is still working. See, you got fingerprint. That's probably just to enable and disable. So you probably want to reset fingerprint data. We'll go ahead and do that. Just in case something else is on here. We want this to act like a brand new laptop. So you want to clear all this other shit out. So it's going to check for, it has CSM enabled. We're going to turn that off too. We'll make this UEFI only boot order. So we're going to hit load setup defaults. Then we're going to do exit saving changes. And what that does is that resets the BIOS. And it should boot back up again. Then we'll go in to the BIOS again, and we're going to change a couple things for right now. We want to boot UEFI and not legacy. Then I should be able to hook into my inventory drive, and we can do stuff like mem test it, stuff like that. We got to turn off network boot. Yep, we're going to do F1 to get back into the BIOS. Keyboard's working, Abe. Keyboard works. I'll go into here. This is all your stuff for here. So you got your display. Oh, it says hybrid graphics. Runs the Intel onboard Intel graphics boot execution ThinkPad LCD. That's your VRAM. Got your power options, your CPU, network, UEFI BIOS update option, memory protection, virtualization, secure boot, disabled. That's what I want to see for that. So we don't want network boot. I actually want that turned off, but how do we disable it? Change values, enter, select a submenu. UEFI only. That's what I want to see. CSM support. No for right now. Boot mode quick. Option key enabled. Boot device list. F12 option enabled. Boot order lock. Okay. Boot. There's our boot options. So USB CD, or it could be USB key. You got NVMe. You got all your ADA hard drives. There's your PCI. I want to remove that from an option. So how do I remove that? Keys up and down, plus minus, shift plus one enables or disabled. So shift plus one. Can I do that while holding them? That didn't really do anything. Maybe delete. That didn't do anything. So see the excluded from boot priority? We want to get that PCI out of there. We should be able to move stuff around. Like say you want to add something. Like say you want this to be higher. USB hard drive, there we go. NVMe, NVMe 1, ATAs. You don't need any of these. How do you disable them? Shift plus 1. Do you want to try? Can you hold down? Can you press Shift and the 1 button? There we go. So you can do that on all these right here. It probably didn't like it from the numpad. There we go. So we just changed that to be USB. We won't need floppy drive. We can. We'll keep that on there for now. So we'll back out of that. And we'll do exit saving changes. Yes. This will reboot and do its thing. We'll let it do that. And then we'll turn off, we'll hook up a Ventoy drive, and we'll mem test it. And then we'll come back whenever the mem test is done. Usually that takes, depending on how much RAM you got, 64 gig, might take a while, might take about 8 hours. And then we'll continue from there. We'll update the BIOS. We'll fully configure the BIOS. I'll go ahead and turn this off now. On the bench, I have my Ventoy drive. We're going to go ahead and connect that, and we're going to boot into my Ventoy drive, and we're going to boot memtest 86, and we're going to test the RAM, all 64 gig of it, make sure everything there is kosher and works. Since it's crucial RAM, it's going to pass, but I always like to do this on all computers just to rule out any issues. And it also acts as a stability test as well.
Vic's going to go ahead and hook up the drive to a USB port in the back, and then we're going to boot and do the mem test.
So this should just pick up the Ventoy drive. Tell them that.
So, in a perfect world, this should just pick up the Ventoy drive. Oh, and look at that. Booted right into it. Perfect.
So, as you can see, we're booted right into Ventoy. And if you look, oh, it says it booted via BIOS. Oh, it's supposed to boot via UEFI and not BIOS, so that is weird. Huh, booted via BIOS. Well, that delay, look at that. There it goes. We're going to go ahead and turn this back off and go into the BIOS again. It's not supposed to boot via BIOS. It's supposed to boot via UEFI. You can't run memtest 86 Pro via BIOS. You have to use UEFI. So that was kind of weird that it didn't do that. This should interrupt the process. Yep, it does. F1, the BIOS utility. Let's see what the fuck is going on here. Let's check our boot options again. Boot. Look at that, legacy only. UEFI only.
Save an exit maybe, F10.
Let's see if our boot options saved as well. They did. See how the Sabrent shows up? I'm just curious why that the boot did not. I don't want network boot, but it's gonna say. So I have that set to UEFI. Quick. Turn CSM off. UEFI only. Save. Exit saving changes. Is it going to listen to us, or is it going to go back to legacy? Huh? Booted in via UEFI. I'm not sure why. I'm not sure why I didn't save that before. Maybe when we change boot options, it changes it back, but that's kind of fucking weird. Now we're talking. Now we're going to go down to Memtest 86 Pro. We're going to boot it. And it should just boot us right into Memtest 86 Pro. Now we're cooking. This laptop's working. This battery has to have some charge on it. I mean, it's still running right now, so I'm thinking it probably shipped with 50% battery like it's supposed to.
Hopefully.
But we will plug it into the charger too. So we'll dive over to config, hit enter. We can see there is the configuration of the laptop. The i7-6820HQ. Our CPU temps hovering around 55C. A little toasty, but not too bad. But that's a laptop. Let's see. Yep, sees 8 logical processors, so 4 cores, 8 threads. It shows all 64 gig of our RAM. RAM latency is 48 nanoseconds. A little high, but that's because we didn't match up the timings, but nothing too terrible, but could be better. It does show that the RAM is running at 2132, which pretty much is 2133. It shows the timings at 15:15:15, so that's looking okay. Let's view the SPD tables. It sees all four of our crucial RAM modules. We'll go ahead and save those out to a file. Yep. Okay. Oops. Next page. That's the only page. We'll hit go back. We'll go. We're not dealing with ECC RAM. Now, if this has Xeon in it, we could put ECC RAM in it. And there is SODIMM ECC modules, so it's pretty cool. So there is that. We'll go ahead and do a RAM benchmark. We'll start those. Now we're really working the system. There we go. Almost getting 24 gigabytes a second there. These are reads. Okay. Go ahead and change that to write. Now we're going to test the write performance at the various block sizes. Okay, about 12 gigabyte reads. Go back. Change that back to read. Oops. Start. Save BMP, save HTML, go back. Change that to write. Okay, I think I did all those. So we're now going to start the test. We'll do S. And there we go. We're off to the races. We are now testing the RAM, Abe. And you will notice the CPU temp will gradually climb. That's pretty normal. But we'll see right here, crucial technology. That's the RAM modules we're using, the CT16G4 SFD824As. Or specific modules each. We see that our RAM, 64 gig with a read about almost 10 gig a second. That seems kind of slow though. DDR4 2130. I don't know why it says 2132 mega transfers. It should say 2133. That's kind of weird. Can't read the RAM temp. Probably just a chipset limitation. Just depends on what chipset you have. Huh. Yeah, see that RAM speed? Seems kinda low. Seems kind of sus. So far it's testing, no? Colors look okay. That green kind of looks a little weird. Doesn't that green look a little weird? A little weird. This should be an IPS panel, so colors should be pretty accurate at any angle, viewing angle. System does work. LCD panel. Don't have a burnout backlight or anything. I mean, that works. It's testing. So our CPU temp is staying around 59C right now. It hasn't climbed. Now when it gets to the hammer road test, it might climb higher. But so far, everything's good. So what you thinking so far, Abe?
Wonderful.
So I will go ahead and plug in that charger, and it should have a light on the back that will indicate that it is charging. So we'll get that battery charged up for him. This will run, and we will resume once this test is done. I'm pretty confident that it will pass, like most Crucial RAM. Then we can move on to greener pastures on this laptop. So far, it has been an adventure. Much more to come.
Much, much, much more.
So, we'll resume after the RAM is done testing. Okay, guys, so 50 days later, we finally have the MIM test done. So this took approximately 13 hours and 48 minutes. Damn, for 64 gig of RAM. Could you imagine, Abe, if you had the P52 with 128 gig of RAM?
No, next year.
Maybe next year that'll be an upgrade he'll get. Because, you know, he probably wants to have a couple of laptops hanging around. So we saw something fishy initially with the RAM. Remember how it was like shown like a slow speed? And this is DDR4 2133, which should run around 17 gigabytes a second. And it was showing what, like 9 gigabytes a second? Well, actually, they updated and it shows 19.7 gigabytes a second. So that's back to normal. I'm not sure what that was. Maybe it was just a glitch. Or maybe sometimes the MIM test readings on some of the specs isn't as accurate, especially like the temperature readings, not always accurate. We didn't see anything too concerning with the temperature. There towards the end, it looks like it did get a little bit hotter, like I see 70C. But most of the time I was running in the 45C to 50C range, so there was really no thermal issues, which is good. And this thing lasted overnight. So as you can see, his RAM did pass. I mean, we expect nothing less out of Crucial. Of course, it's going to pass. So there's all the modules. And as you can see, there has been no errors detected, Abe. I got your 4 modules. So we'll go ahead and we'll save this result to file. If the SSD is still awake. Click show backside. Sometimes what happens is the flash drive will go to sleep after it's been. So poke around, hopefully it wakes it back up and we can write again. Chip level errors are only available on the site edition, which I may buy that later. As you can see, it passed. Is it going to let me save it? Oh. It's lit up. It's not letting me fucking save that. We'll click next page. Well, it's on camera, so we got everything we need logged on camera, but I'd like to be able to save the report. I guess it ran way too long that the drive went into hibernation. I think it's just showing the same thing over and over, ain't it? Yeah, we're still not able to write that. I don't know why. Continue. Can we write a regular report? Okay, so there's the full report. It shows your CPU temp averages. You had a minimal of 40, a max of 79, so getting a little toasty there, but the system still didn't shut down, so it didn't overheat or anything. But a little toasty, but you know, what do you expect from a laptop, right? That's pretty normal. And then average 66C. Did a total of 56 tests, and it took almost 14 hours to run. Okay, there we go. Let's see if it'll let us save it. Yeah, probably not. Well, that's unfortunate. So, there we go. We're going to go ahead and shut this down now. You're done with our mem test. Next thing I would like to do is I'd like to do a BIOS update on this, and usually I do that using the ISO method. So this is going to require us hopping over to the Workbench PC and copying that over onto our Ventoy drive. I did this a while back on a Lenovo Tiny, so it should. The beauty of having all Lenovo is similar process on the laptops and the Tinies and the desktops, so that's a good thing. It's like once you get used to how Lenovo's the BIOS and everything functions, everything else is pretty streamlined then on out. Okay, so you go to support.lenovo.com. We're going to click on PC. View PC support. Not detect product, because that's just going to try to detect the one that we're on right now. And then all you got to do is here where it says search PC support, you're going to type in the serial number. This is going to be on the bottom of the unit. Abe, do you want to pop that battery off and give me the serial number of this bad boy? It might be locked, so you just got to move it over. Yep. So that unlocks it, and then you push it back like a spring action, and then there should be a little thing to, yep. And usually the serial number is under the, not on the battery, it's usually on the unit. So it'll have the type, that's the model number, and then it'll have SN, which is the serial number. Just tell me that, and I'll type it in. Hit enter. There we go. Finally got Abe's laptop 10 hours later. So, as you can see right here, it just says this system is older and no longer in their warranty window. This is a good way to know the history of a computer too. Just go to the support page. You can see like when it was bought and stuff like that. So this system was bought February of 2017, well, right when it was made. But yeah, right here. And they had the on-site warranty. They had the 36. I don't know why it says 36Y. Not 36 year. Could you imagine having a 36-year warranty? Shit, I'd buy it. 3-year on-site. That's what it had. Okay, so anyway, you're going to go click on drivers and software. Manual update. And then on here is where you will be able to get all your drivers for the fingerprint reader. Actually, the Wi-Fi card, we'll have to go to Intel and get that directly because we popped in a upgraded Wi-Fi card. But this is where you get all your drivers and your BIOS updates. So we click on BIOS. And I like to get the one that is the bootable, which I can just throw on Ventoy. So it had a BIOS update November 27th of 2023. So it's still getting BIOS updates. That's not that long ago, so that's actually a good thing. BIOS update utility, that's on Windows. So we're going to click download on the bootable CD. And I want the README of that too. So there's the README. and that is version 1.74. These are other things. I don't know. That's not the BIOS. So, yep. So that downloaded. And there is the how you deploy it. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to pop in the Ventoy drive and copy that over to the Lenovo BIOS update folder. So Ventoy drive has been popped up. I'll go ahead and locate that. That should be right here. That's the wrong directory. This one right here. So there's the Ventoy drive. Here's all the stuff. The beauty of Ventoy is easily allows you to boot into any different ISO that you're trying to boot. So it makes it really streamlined. So right here we have Lenovo BIOS update and ThinkCenter M73 Tiny. Well, we're going to make a new folder. And we're going to name this, what is this? The P50, right? Say so Vic's making a folder for my Lenovo.
Folder made for the P50.
And now what we'll do is we're going to take this and we're going to cut it over.
Dropping all those files into the correct folder.
And what I want to do is I want to rename it to what version this is. So this is 1.74. And it's 11/27/23, right?
Go ahead and rename it just so you can keep up with what version you're running.
Is that right?
Yep.
So just like that. Now I do think you have to boot this via legacy mode. I can't remember how I did it on the I mean, I'm sure I can find it out, but so there's that. So now I can safely eject this. I'm going to keep this open just so we can reference it. Eject Disabrant. That's my portable Ventoy drive. Okay, so I'm going to plug the Ventoy drive back in. We're going to boot it. See if we can start cooking with some grease, Abe. USB. There we go. I plugged in the Ventoy drive there on the side. We'll start it back up. And Abe, when you see the Lenovo, I want you to just tap on the enter. I had to do that, didn't I? Okay, well, anyway, it's still booted into Ventoy. So Ventoy booted into UEFI mode. I wasn't fast enough to get to the boot options, but we're going to go ahead and see if it will let us boot this BIOS update from UEFI. So we're going to go down to the ThinkPad P50, right, Abe? And you can see the beauty of Ventoy is I can have all the different models I have and easily update them.
Yeah, that's nice.
So we'll go ahead and click on that. We're going to go ahead and click on this. Boot in MemDisk mode. I believe that's what I had to do last time. Okay. So it says version 29.30 feet. So this booted into something, which is good. It says read this first. So, Abe, if something says read this first, do you think we should go ahead and read that?
No.
No? So it has three options. It has read this first, update system program, which I'm pretty sure maybe they're referring to the BIOS there, hopefully, and update model number, which some of these BIOS update utilities can allow you, Abe, to change some properties of the computer. So you can change the model number. Say you're a business or school, you can change this. We can actually update this, like for Open Backdoor, to make this show as the model L241. You know how we had the different models for the laptops? So actually, when somebody went in their control panel, this would show up as L241 instead of a ThinkPad P50.
Very cool.
Another thing that some BIOS update utilities allow you to do is also change the splash screen. You know how when you turn the computer on, it shows the Lenovo logo? Well, you can change that to whatever image you want, but it has to be certain specification, dimensions, and image file. But you can change that, and that's why some schools or some businesses, when they turn on their laptop, it shows their company logo instead of the Lenovo logo. So you can do some customizations like that as well.
Cool.
So down the road, when we have our computers for our laptops and our Tinies and stuff that we sell, when we have our logo designed, I will also get the specifications for BIOSes and have an image for that as well. So when we do BIOS updates, boom, mass BIOS updates on like 20 units at once, it's also updating that image to show up in backdoor, and also maybe also the model number in the corner or whatever.
Nice.
Okay, so I'm going to go against Abe's advice, and I am going to click on the read this first because I'm just curious if we're in the right utility here. So it says new version of the system program update utility program to upgrade the system program in your system ROM. So that is the BIOS. Okay, read the screen. Read the screen carefully. Blah 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 blah. So you can do F8 to forward. Where's F8 at? Yep. Okay. So we're gonna do number 2, update system program. Are you ready, Abe?
Yep.
Okay, so I'm going to go against Abe's advice, and we are going to click on number 2 and update the system program. So it says, warning, this utility updates the system program process only if technical documentation instructs you to do so. Do you want to continue? We're going to hit Y for yes. And make sure that the AC adapter is firmly connected to the system and outlet. Well, we're going to do that. Even though the battery's good, we're going to do that. Because if the computer loses power when you're updating BIOS, you brick the BIOS. AKA you brick the computer and you have to solder off the BIOS chip and solder a new one. Okay, so I did plug in the AC power adapter. Okay, the battery is fully charged, but it's always it's always best to be safe when updating a BIOS. If you lose power when you're updating a BIOS, you're pretty much going to brick the BIOS and you fuck over the computer, and that involves resoldering on a new chip, BIOS chip. High-end motherboards on desktops can sometimes have 2 BIOSes, and you can switch between them with a jumper. Not so much on a laptop. So we're going to go ahead and hit enter. Make sure that a charged battery pack is installed in the system as well. Yep, it is. That's saying, well, if you lose power, the battery acts kind of like a UPS.
Yep.
Okay, so this is where sparks should go flying. This thing is really telling you, Abe, do not power off during an update.
They gotta let you know.
Now, if you have a thermal issue, we probably wouldn't want to do this when this thing's like burning hot. Luckily, it's cold down here, so we're going to hit Y. Now updating. It may take about a few minutes. Caution, do not turn off the computer. Do not remove anything else. Okay, so it says, or remove the C, then press enter and start system allowed. Okay, so right here, system program updates is continued by BIOS at the next reboot. Do not power off the system during the process. Do not remove the CD, blah, blah. Enter. Let's see if it boots into the right program. Oh, right there. SCT flash utility from Lenovo. Read current BIOS. Begin flashing. Total blocks in the image, 2048. So right now it is flashing. I'm not sure what BIOS version it had before. I knew it was like from 2018. This one's from 2023. So we'll obviously see the BIOS is updated. You can always go back earlier in the video. I'll probably overlay a screenshot of earlier in the video of what the BIOS version was before, because we were in the BIOS earlier. So see those little dots going by, Abe? Right now it is currently flashing. That means writing to the BIOS chip right now, which is a ROM chip. It's read-only. So it's not really a chip that's designed to be written too much. So this is not something you want to do every day. You want to do it once in a blue moon, pretty much. When you get the computer, when you're doing a major upgrade on it, stuff like that. Or in the event of a security vulnerability that needs to be patched. There's some people, oh my gosh, I need to update my BIOS every fucking month. No, you're gonna wear out that fucking BIOS chip. So it really just depends on the method you're updating the BIOS and how old the system is and various factors that determine how long it takes to update a BIOS. Usually it doesn't take too long. Okay, right there. Image flashing done, flashing finished, BIOS is updated successfully, system will shut down now and reboot. And now it might reboot a couple times just to regain its train of thought, just like when we add the new RAM. Which is completely normal, or it might boot straight into Ventoy. Oh, see how it just shut down? See how it just restarted? Probably can't see it on camera, but you could see the power light that went in and out. That's completely normal for the computer to do that. Now it's into Ventoy. So now it is happy with itself. So that flashing did not break the BIOS. If it did, the system wouldn't have turned on like that. Okay, so that was successful. We will now turn off the computer and go back into BIOS. Check that the new version's there, and then we're gonna reset the BIOS settings, and then go in there and tweak them the way we want. And then we can move on to the Windows 10 Pro installation, Abe.
Let's do it.
So, hold down the power button a couple seconds until it turns off. And now I'm going to disconnect the Ventoy drive. And now, Abe, I want you to see if you can get into the BIOS. Do you know how to do that? Well, I'm going to tell you something. Before you hit the power on button, this is how all Lenovo's, pretty much all most modern Lenovo's work now, including the laptops and also the Tinies, which I'm pretty sure down the road you might want to get a couple Tinies for yourself, right? Maybe one for media PC, maybe one for a spare bedroom. They're really nice units to have. But this is how it works for all Lenovo's. When they boot up, when you see that splash screen, the Lenovo logo, you have like a couple seconds as soon as you see that to hit the enter button. That enter button gives you your main starting prompt where you have various options. You can, one, choose to go into the BIOS, or also called UEFI on modern systems. Two, go into Lenovo's built-in diagnostics, which is kind of like a hardware tool where you can check your RAM, you can check the camera, you can check the keyboard. There's all kinds of different tools they got in there. That's a pretty cool thing, right? If you want to, you can probably go in that, check that out. It's pretty cool. Or you can choose whatever boot option you want to do for that specific boot. Instead of just choosing the default option of, hey, go straight to the flash drive. Oh, maybe I want to boot from the hard drive, or maybe I want to boot from another drive, or maybe I want to do network boot. So when you bring up that prompt, it gives you various options of, hey, this is how I want to proceed with this computer. I don't want to just boot into off the regular hard drive. Does that make sense?
Yep.
Okay, so go ahead and turn it on. Let's see if Abe can figure this out. Now, after you see that prompt, Lenovo has this little thing. You might have to hold it down a couple seconds until you see the green. Does it not turn on now? You got to push harder on it. Now, as soon as you see that little countdown, you can pause that by just a single enter. Did you see that? So what that does is that gives you a counter. So if somebody accidentally pressed that button, like an old grandpa, what that does is instead of keeping this on the screen, it has that timer to where boom, it'll just boot off the hard drive. So you can pause that and you can look at what this says. So see the different options you have, Abe?
Yep.
So which one do you want to go into?
The BIOS.
Okay, go ahead, press the correct button for that. There we go. So now I want you to look at the UEFI BIOS state. Does it look like it's been updated?
Yep.
So now, as we can see right here, we have 1.74, 2023 1107. So the BIOS has been successfully updated. Excellent. And also, it kept our OS license because that's always going to be embedded on there. Okay. So we're going to go over and we're going to do load setup defaults. Yes. Okay. And what that does is that basically does a factory reset of the BIOS. So if anybody came in here and changed some settings, it's just a good thing to do when you after you update the BIOS. And then we're going to do exit saving changes. And now, Abe, as soon as this reboots and you set flash scratch screen, we want to get back in the BIOS again. I think you missed the prompt. I don't think it likes you, Abe.
You saw me click it.
I don't think your laptop likes you. Let's see what it tries to do. Oh, there it goes. There we go. So maybe it was a little confused because when you did that, it probably changed a bunch of shit back to default. It wasn't. We kind of stunned it a little bit, Abe. So now what we're going to do is we're going to go through all these settings and tweak stuff the way we want it. And then we can proceed on to the OS installation. Okay. So as you can see, there's no asset tag on here. If you wanted to add an asset tag, you could do that if you're a company. Config network. Wake on LAN. Don't need that on a laptop. Just escape to back out. OSP enabled. Looks good. Keyboard, mouse. I'm just going through things, checking some stuff. I don't think this has discrete graphics, Abe. We'll keep that stuff. That looks okay. Beep and alarm. Keyboard beep. Keyboard beep occurs when unmanageable key combinations are pressed. Well, I guess we'll keep that for now. You can set up a rate if you want. I'm curious if this has vPro. Okay, you have hyperthreading on, multi-core, yes. Date and time. Okay, so the time is still relatively accurate. It doesn't have to be dead on, but when you install an operating system, you want this to be relatively close. You don't want it to be like 2018. This is just password. This is just to lock the password on BIOS, which is pretty pointless, but pretty pointless to put a password on BIOS when they can just take the bottom off, pop the battery out, and then reset it. Fingerprint. So pre-desktop authentication. So that should be security mode. We're going to keep this default, but we will reset the fingerprint data there. Just make sure that's flushed out. Got the Intel TPM. That's mostly for a Windows 11 thing, but this computer will not run Windows 11 natively anyway, so it doesn't fucking matter. UEFI BIOS update option. Memory protection enabled. Virtualization. How do we get the idea to turn this on? If you ever run VMs, it's good to have that on. I/O port access. So this right here, a lot of schools or businesses will come in here and they can lock down some of the ports. So you can like lock down USB ports. Like if you have a desktop and you use a PS2 keyboard and PS2 mouse, you can turn off all the USB ports so somebody can't just come into your company, plug in a flash drive, and try to copy data onto a flash drive. So you can turn off anything you want to turn off as a security measure. Like, hey, nobody should be using Bluetooth, or nobody should be using the webcam. You can actually hardware turn those off. So they can't use them unless they get into the BIOS and all that, which you would password protect the BIOS, and then you'd put some type of lock to where they can't physically get into the computer and take out the battery, pop the battery out, and reset the BIOS.
Yep.
So that's what that does. We're going to keep all this on because Abe wants all this stuff turned on, but you have that option of turning certain things off, okay? Just like for the audio controller, like on desktops, what I'll do is I'll disable the onboard audio completely, so it doesn't even show up at all because I'm going to be using the DAC anyway. Integrated device access. So you have bottom cover, tamper detection, stuff like that. I believe there's like a sensor, so you can have the computer warn you, like, hey, if somebody opens this laptop, next time it gets turned on, throw a big warning saying, hey, this computer was opened. Somebody was trying to, like an intrusion type of deal. That's more used in corporate environments. So if somebody was open up a computer at work, it would like tip off the IT team. Anti-theft. CompuTrace. From Absolute Software. Don't think that's in here, but okay. Interesting. Secure boot, we'll keep that disabled. That's fine. Device guard. Okay, so now we're going to go through the boot options. I don't want network boot. Is there any way to turn this off? Okay, so we're going to make this UEFI only with CSM of no. Boot mode of quick. Enable on option keys. We'll go in here, and here's where you can change your boot options. What I want to do is I want to move USB hard drive up, so you hover over it and you press the plus button like that. And then we want these to be removed. So Abe, can you do the shift 1 to disable all those ATAs? Those ATAs just mean your 2.5-inch SATA hard drive, or they could also mean a SATA M.2, which you don't have one of those installed. And also get rid of the PCI LAN. That's network booting. We'll turn that off. Now, if you ever need to turn those boot options back on, you can, or you can manually override with the boot prompt when you hit the enter button. Okay, so that's that. Back out of that. Okay. We'll go exit saving changes. And now it's going to reboot. I want you to go back in the BIOS Abe, just so we can verify that the settings have stuck, if that makes sense. So the Intel microcode is something that will occasionally get updated in the BIOS. It's the underlying code that talks to the CPU, the instruction set for it. And that has been having a lot of security issues, the Intel microcode. So vendors will push out BIOS updates to update the Intel microcode to try to patch CPU flaws. So there was a Spectre vulnerability, and there's a couple with AMD as well. And what they do is they update the microcode to try to help mitigate that, because there's an underlying flaw in that specific CPU. So what they do is they try to fix it in the BIOS type of deal. And what that can do is it can lead to some performance degradation, but it's the only way to fix said security flaw. Like when they had that big Spectre issue a few years back. Well, shit, it's been probably 5 years now. It's been a while ago, but that was given anywhere from a 5 to 10% performance hit when you did the Intel microcode update to try to patch that flaw that's in that underlying CPU, because CPU is already made. They can't really do anything to fix it. Otherwise, replace the computer and have a completely new CPU. Okay, this is taking a while. This is something's not right here. Oh, right here. Yeah, this BIOS update right here. Changes in this release. Important updates. Enhancements to address security vulnerabilities. CVE 2023-5058. So let's see what that was. Phoenix Technologies logo fail vulnerability. Okay. Well, an attacker found that if you use a certain image that has a malware payload in it, it will allow you to do things to bypass the BIOS, like install rootkits, stuff like that. So they had to go through and fix that code that checks that image file before flashing it onto the BIOS, pretty much. Of course, an IT company or a business, they're just going to use their company logo. But an attacker might say, "Hey, Abe, there's a BIOS update. Flash your BIOS. Here's the file." Well, you never take a file from somebody else, right? You always go directly to Lenovo and use the Lenovo's. You know what I'm saying? Or somebody could be giving you an image file and say, "Hey, use this image file as your splash screen. It's a cool splash screen." No, you're gonna make your own fucking image file, right? Because there can always be a malicious payload add on to that image file. Okay, so this is not doing anything. I don't think it likes Abe. That's not a good start. So I'm gonna turn it on, and I'm gonna go back in the BIOS, and I'm gonna see if those settings stuck. Okay. Let's see if those settings stuck. And this stuff, that little stuff right there, that's just the fucking network boot. Usually you can fully disable it, but some systems it's just... Okay, so it still says legacy first. What's our boot order? So our boot order did stick. That's good. But for some reason, when you turn UEFI on and stuff like that, it doesn't stick. I think what happens is if you mess with that boot order, it resets some of these settings down here. So do the boot order first and then change these settings, because these settings seem to get overwritten, which it shouldn't. That's a bug, but it seems to be that is the functionality there. So just quick note to self, on future P50s, do the boot order first and then do boot order quick. Okay. ESIC saving changes. And what I want to do before I do that, I'm going to pop in this Ventoy drive. And then we're going to do exit saving changes. Yes. And now let's see if our Ventoy boots in via UEFI. What do you think, Abe?
Probably.
Let's hope so. Let's hope it's stuck. Let's hope it's stuck. It did before. There we go. And Abe did boot into UEFI. Nope, it booted into BIOS. For whatever reason, we are booted into BIOS. We don't want that. We want to boot into UEFI mode. Now, you can install Windows 10 in legacy mode, but you don't really want to do that. You want to install it in UEFI mode. So I'm going to go into BIOS again and see if the UEFI will stick, because it stuck before. Come on, P50. Behave. It's not that... See? Not fucking sticking. You're seeing that. UEFI only CSM support. I'm going to hit F10 this time. Save and exit. Which is the same functionality as exit saving changes, but different prompt. Will it properly reboot? Oh. Will it boot into Ventoy using UEFI? Yes, it did. Finally. I'm going to have to email some Lenovo devs and say, hey, I know you patched security vulnerability. Why is this acting weird? Why is this not sticking? And why does it keep resetting that even if you change the boot order. It's like, come on, guys. Oh, you know, well, we had to make sure that splash screen was secure. It's like, come on, guys. What the hell's going on here? I think it's just Abe's luck. I mean, whenever I'm doing a system for Abe, it just acts weird, you know? Mine was flawless, you know? So now we're going to install Windows 10 Pro. And like I said, Abe, you do not have to worry about a product key when buying a product key because these systems come embedded with a Windows 10 Pro key. And these will have Pro because these are used in businesses. Now, if this was a computer that a regular consumer, like a regular residential person bought, it'd probably have a home license on it. But since these are for businesses, businesses don't fuck with home. They buy Pro. So this is going to have Windows 10 Pro. Or it could have a Windows 10 Pro workstation, which some of these computers, they go for the workstation model. But that just unlocks some additional features and allows more RAM, like 4 terabyte of RAM or some shit. I mean, it's not really makes a difference on a laptop or anything, or the stuff that you're going to be doing. So we'll hit Windows 10, Windows 10 22H2 64 ISO, boot normally. And there we go. We are making some progress, Abe. Too bad it's not Windows 7. Now, this computer does have native Windows 7 drivers. So what I can do is I could hook up a mouse, but I think we have a trackpad. And look at that. Abe, our trackpad works. That's not broken. So English United States, US. We'll hit next. So that button works. About this one. Or the one that I fucking removed earlier. That one works too. So you actually have 2 click buttons. Set up a starting. Here we go. We're going to say I accept license terms. Now, if this asks you what version of Windows 10 do you want to install, that means it did not pick up your license. Custom install. So this is very important. You got to make sure you're going to put it on the right drive because you can accidentally overwrite your fucking Ventoy drive. Obviously, Abe, you probably see it, right? The Ventoy. That's our bootable drive. We don't want to overwrite over that. But you can see right here, that's pretty much 2 terabyte. That's the correct drive. So we're going to click on that one, click New, and click Apply. Hit OK. And now we should see the hard activity light blinking. It was there for a second. And now we'll go ahead and click over to continue. See, our main primary drive is 2 terabyte. We'll click Next. And now see that hard activity light blinking? So it is now installing Windows 10 Pro. And see how it didn't ask us what version Windows 10 you want to install? It picked up the license, Abe.
Great news.
What, you're expecting that to be the next thing? It's going relatively fast. Like I said, we're going from pretty much one SSD, although over USB, to another SSD. We're moving along, Abe. We're moving along. So after we get Windows 10 Pro installed, we'll do the updates. We'll remove any bloatware. Ensure settings are set. We'll install all the software he needs. He also has Microsoft Office, Home and Student, that we'll be installing and registering as well. Okay, now it's going to restart, and hopefully it should boot back into Windows. If it doesn't, we'll have to have it boot into the we'll have to remove the Ventoy drive. I think. Did we have the NVme set before? Oh, it's loading it, so that's good. Getting ready. So what you thinking so far? It's starting to actually do some stuff.
We'll see.
Now you see that hard drive activity light is blinking rapidly. So the SSD is indeed functioning, Abe. So the many attempts we were trying to get in that freaking caddy did not break it. Which, yeah, that caddy design is just unnecessary. But hey, that's how you learn about the different models. You get every single fucking model they have, install everything that would need to be installed in it to see what it's like, and be like, yeah, I don't like how this is done on this particular model. I like how it was done on this other model. Yeah, good thing I opened up the bottom and saw that, huh? There we go, slowly making progress. Slowly but surely, Abe. And do you want the fingerprint reader set up and configured?
Yep.
Okay, so it says let's start with region. Is this right? Abe, are you in the United States?
I think so.
Just a moment. Keyboard, US, yes. Skip. This is important. Never fucking connect Ethernet to a computer when you're doing a Windows 10 install or Windows 11 install. Otherwise, you know what will happen? It will require you to have a Microsoft account. See how they label that? Continue with limited setup. They really want you to sign into a Microsoft account and use all their shit. They try to frame it in a bad way. Oh, are you sure you don't want to have a sign into your Windows account, Abe? You sure you don't want to link all this shit? So what do you want for this to be? For Silix? It's going to be the username of the computer.
I don't know. What do we call?
This is the username. Like when you create folders and shit, what will show up? Go ahead and hit next. That's the password to log into it. Okay, so Abe filled out his password, and we took it off, not because you're going to read that, but because they could read keystrokes potentially. Go ahead and hit next. Okay, oh, now he's got to do security questions. Fun. We'll just have this point over on this beautiful server rack over there while Abe fills that out. How's that sound? They can watch that. So right now, Abe is doing the security questions in case he ever forgets his login password, although that can be reset with the proper utilities. Okay, so now we're going to go into this. We're going to turn all this stuff off except location. That's good for like the weather, unless you don't want the little weather tray. Since fucking WeatherBug is no longer on the desktop, which is very unfortunate, I really do miss having that in the tray, WeatherBug in the tray. Tell me the temperature outside whenever there's a storm brewing. It would chirp. Yeah, they don't want to pay a developer to update it. You don't want Cortana. Very unfortunate. I do miss WeatherBug Desktop. If I had the funds to hire a developer to make a new modern desktop version, I would. Not a Windows app, fuck that App Store stuff, and actual program you install. Okay, so we're finalizing the OS install. Do not turn off your PC, Abe. This might take several minutes. We're getting there, Abe. Patience, okay? There we go. Look at that. He's got a desktop. Okay. So we are on the desktop. And SSD is still working, doing stuff. I mean, it's the first install, so it's probably still setting up some services and stuff in the background. So now, ideally, I would like to connect the mouse, because using the trackpad, I'm sorry, just not my cup of tea. If I'm in a pinch, it's nice that it's there and available, but I'm going to hook up a mouse. How's that sound, Dave? Does that sound about right to you? As long as I don't forget my dongle. There we go. Okay, so we're now on the desktop. We're going to go ahead and do some cleanup. We also got to install drivers and put on this system, Abe. Browse Microsoft Edge? No. Oh, that's all working. Searching for display driver, and we'll install the driver later. 98% available, plugged in. There's your, so batteries reporting shit. Fuck, okay. So unpin. I do like to keep File Explorer down there. Is that fine? I do like that, having that down there just because. Toolbars, search, hidden. I do not like that there. I'm pretty sure you don't either. News and interest, turn off. I'm fine with just the weather temperature down there, but I don't want news and interest. Okay, so that's been cleaned up. Of course, you got all these stupid tiles. Now, so this office that's on here is just an advertisement pretty much. So we're going to get that off of there. Where's the uninstall on that? These are all advertisements. Isn't that funny? It says uninstall and then, oh, there it is. That's what I say it's not in here, but there it is. Gotta love it, Abe. All this garbage on here, huh? That cursor looks really small, though. I can make it bigger in the settings, but... Is that it? It didn't fucking prompt me for anything? This Skype is like the app version. Fuck the app version. Right? Getting there, huh? I can keep alarms. Just removing what it will let us remove. You don't want solitaire, do you? It's not needed. Next reality. Now we're ruining this because we're going to install the one that comes with Office. Oh, snip and stitch. You want to keep that. That's like the built-in snipping tool. It's good to have. Stickiness, good to have. Onboard voice recorder. Don't really need that. You can use the Audacity. We can keep weather on there. Is that fine? Because I think that's what will give you the tray icon if you want it, whenever you want it. That's fine. Keep that stuff. Xbox is like, what a fucking joke. Don't they realize not everybody's a fucking gamer that wants that on here? Now, they let you remove that, but they don't let you remove the game bar. They don't let you remove your phone either. I mean, you could do some hacky shit to get it off there, but when hacky shit's involved, that's when stuff breaks usually. Okay, so we just cleaned that. We just did the bare minimum. We just cleaned some of that shit up. Okay, safe to remove. We'll go ahead and eject our Ventoy safely. Get that off of there. So what's next? Well, what we need to do is we need to get hide. We need to get internet on here. We need drivers. That's what we need, Abe. Oh, and I got to do a reg edit and disable, when you do Windows updates, it'll automatically update drivers, which you don't want that to do because it installs Microsoft version, and sometimes that can fuck with shit. So, best thing to do with drivers is leave them the fuck alone. You want to hold the mic and talk and stuff. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go to reg edit, which is registry edit, and I'm going to, yeah, you can hold the mic for me. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to disable the automatic driver updates. So as soon as we install that network driver, it's not going to just, boom, start installing 15 drivers and put all the Microsoft versions on there. Make sense? Yeah, we're gonna make Abe start standing. You know, he doesn't have the open backdoor promotion yet, so you know he's not. You know, and he's already asked me for pay raises, but it's like, nah, I think your next promotion will be a chair. You have something to sit down on. So you can go ahead and hold my mic while I go ahead and do that registry edit. Well, actually, I'm not doing a registry edit. I'm doing a group policy update. You can do reg edit, but I'm going to do group policy. Sorry. So see how it says edit group policy? Oh no, you can check the camera. Does that look like it's on there? Focus good enough on it?
Mm-hmm.
I know. I need to get some capture cards and stuff for this setup. Then that workbench computer can record it. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to disable the automatic driver updates that are included with Windows Update, just because I do not like that. We're going to do, it's in computer configuration, administrative templates. So administrative templates, and then it's in Windows components, and then it's in Windows Update. Down here. And this is group policy is what's used by IT admins on a Windows domain controller, usually to where they can deploy specific settings across all the computers at their business or environment. So you can go through and you can disable certain things or enable certain features on all the computers. And as soon as somebody logs in, it's going to pull down the group policy from the Windows domain controller and apply it. So this gives you, this is like the IT guy's control panel for a computer, pretty much. It's, as Abe can see, you got a lot more things you can modify. So right here, do not include drivers with Windows updates. We'll double click that and hit enabled and hit apply. So there we go. We just did that. And then here's another way where you could stop automatic updates or things restarting and stuff like that as well. So you could do a lot of stuff with that. So we did that. Now, next thing we got to do is we need to get networking on here. Because once you have networking on here, then you can do all the drivers and shit. So that's going to be fun. So let's see. What I'm going to do is I'm going to just put a networking driver on here. And then we'll go ahead and copy it over. It might have the Ethernet driver out of the box. Not sure. It's kind of dumb you can't remove maps. Let me just see if I can get in the control panel. device manager actually. So you can see all these things that need drivers. So we got network controller, which that could be our, yeah, that network controller is our Wi-Fi card. So Abe, it does see the Wi-Fi card because see right here, the Intel Ethernet connection. That is our onboard Ethernet NIC, and it sees that, so it probably already has a driver. So I can just plug in the Ethernet cable, and we should have networking. But see that network controller? It should see our Wi-Fi card. Cool. Now the beauty is, we'll have good signal or not. It depends if the Wi-Fi antennas are properly attached. So it does see that. Okay, so we're gonna hook this up via Ethernet. Let me see if I can patch one over. Okay, so I just plugged in the Ethernet cable. The activity light did light up. Oh, look at that. We'll just hit yes on that for now. So now what we're gonna do, keep an eye on the camera. So now what we're gonna do is we are going to do a Windows update. See how it says some settings are managed by your organization? That was where we made that group policy edit. So it knows, hey, we're not going to install drivers from Windows Update. We're going to install them directly from Lenovo. $700 one. Fix the fucking condom on it. That acts as additional noise suppression because of all bench shit.
Yeah, I wouldn't doubt it.
So,
Oh, look at all those updates ready to go.
you tell them it's pulling right down so networking is working.
Pulling them down. Networks online. Internet connection. Hopefully the internet is good here.
Yeah, nobody's doing. Oh, shit, blinking. So as you can see, it is downloading Windows updates now. So Abe's system's going to get all updated and patched. Then we'll proceed on to doing all the driver installs. We'll also remind me to rename the PC. That you have to do in the control panel for the properties of the computer. So we can rename it to be, whatever you want to say. I can't remember what your workstation was named. What is it? Is it like Versilix-X99 work or something like that? This can be dash laptop or dash P50 or ThinkPad, whatever you want, you know what I'm saying? Think of a name, though. And then we can rename the computer as well. So yeah, networking is working. So the onboard Intel NIC just picked right up. Now we still have to install the driver for the Wi-Fi card and then make sure the Wi-Fi card is working. So he'll also have to test signal, make sure it appears the Wi-Fi antennas are actually working. Now it's going to show full signal right here because there's an access point right outside the hall. But if you connect to the upstairs one, then it might lose a bar. So maybe 1 bar loss. But anyway, so it is downloading all the updates. We'll let that pan through, and then we'll pick up from there. So another thing we got to do is Windows 10 likes to have some like 5-minute sleep parameters. So we're going to go into power options and change that. Let's watch. We walk away from the computer and it'll actually fucking turn the thing off. So how long do you want to turn the screen off when it's on battery power? 15 minutes? 20, 30 minutes?
Yep.
Which one? When plugged in? 30 minutes?
Yeah.
Additional power settings. So here's where you can go in and change everything. Oops. And explore JavaScript desktop. We want the wireless adapter to have full power. We never want that turned off. Maximum performance. Sleep. So right here, the computer will hibernate. You never want that to hibernate. So in case you guys missed that, what we're doing is while the Windows updates are going, We forgot that Windows 10 likes to have some pretty strict power options by default, so like to sleep. So if we would have walked away, this computer would have went into sleep mode and turned off. So we want to go in here and we changed the when it turns the screen off. Now we're changing all the other additional power options. So like the Wi-Fi card, I changed that to always be maximum performance. Turn off the SSD. We want that to be never. It's not going to use much power anyway. This was in the old days of when you had spinning rust in here. And those do consume a little bit, quite a bit of power. But you have an NVme drive. You never want to turn off the SSD. There's no reason to do that anymore. So we'll put those on never. Hibernate never. USB. Don't like to turn off any USB ports. That's how things get fucked up. PCI Express. Maximum power. We'll keep that shit fine. Minimal. That's fine. Display. Turn off display. That's fine. Multimedia. Performance bias. Performance bias. On battery. Optimize video. Optimize video. We'll do shutdown. Do nothing. What do you want low battery percentage to be? 10%? It's fine. Cool. Battery level is 5%. At 5, if this is on 5% and you don't plug it in, it will shut the computer down. That is the instead of just poof, on low battery action, do nothing, reserve battery. Okay. So its power options has been updated. Where did Windows Update go? Oh, it says Bluetooth device. Did it install the Wi-Fi driver? I told it not to install anything. Good. Oh, you know why Windows Update went away? Because we were in another settings pane, so it overwrit this settings pane. Look at this. Get ready for Windows 11. It's going to say on the next reboot, your computer's not compatible with Windows 11, and you're going to say,
Good.
So, still downloading all these updates. We'll let that run. I see the camera is running low on battery as well. I'll be swapped out here in a little bit. We'll just keep on chugging along, Abe. We're making some progress on it. You can see the hard activity light blinking a little bit, so it's definitely doing stuff. Okay, so 9 hours later, these updates are now all on pending restart. So we're going to go ahead and click restart now. And let that run its course. But Abe's probably wondering, hey, does it end there? No. Because as soon as you restart, you have to check Windows updates again because there may be more. That's just how Windows 10 is. You just have to keep checking and checking until it says there are no more updates available. So we'll let that run its course. It is now restarting. Hopefully, let's see, it boots right into Windows 11. And it does. You see the SSD hard activity light is blinking rapidly. Working updates. Oh, I think we're on battery now, aren't we? See the hard activity light? Still going crazy. Now you can hit the enter button and then type in your password. Okay. So that was fast enough, although I had the updates in it, so it's probably be even faster. So we'll wait for it to calm down, wait for that activity light to calm down a little bit. And now we're going to check for more updates. Abe, how's that sound?
Wonderful.
Brutal, huh? This is why you run a Windows servicing system. Look at that, you're not up to date. Okay, we're going to hit check for updates, and now it's going to check for more updates. Your device is missing important security and quality fixes. Well, we're getting onto that. Look at that, Abe.
Wonderful.
So we got more virus definition updates, another cumulative update, and a .NET framework update. There's mostly all those are going to be security updates. We'll let that run its course. Our activity light is back to blinking rapidly, so it's working away. We just keep this process up until it is fully happy and up to date. And then we will go and do all the software installs and stuff like that. We also got to put Office on there. Usually the first time what takes the longest. Usually there's only a couple the second time, then the third time there might be one. Sometimes you get lucky and there's none. But we'll let that run its course on camera. Okay, it's still installing Windows updates. While that runs on the other computer, the Workbench PC, what I'm going to do is I am going to start going ahead and downloading some of the drivers Abe will need, and we'll get that going along with the software. So Chrome, Firefox, Thunderbird, because you want to be able to ideally be able to check your email and shit. Text chat, Office, get Office on there. Maybe Media Player Classic just can play video files. I'm trying to think. Other stuff that needs to go on there. But we'll get all those essentials on there and taken care of. Okay, so camera cut out, but what we were doing is we were going through each one of these and getting all the drivers and putting them over here. We got them all prepared. Well, most of the drivers that he needs prepared. Don't think he's gonna need just C3.0 drivers because those should already be pulled down. So over on the laptop, all all these updates are done. It says pending restart, so we'll go ahead and click restart now. We'll let that take its course. We'll let that run there. And then I'm going to go ahead and on the Workbench PC, I'm going to install the, I'm going to start downloading some of the software as well. I'm putting that over there. Google Chrome, offline installer, download install Google Chrome. So we want Windows, installation file. Alternative Chrome installer. Here we go. Here we go. So we're going to download the offline installer. As you can see, that computer is rebooting now. Download Chrome. And for Windows 11 and 10 64-bit, that's what we want. So that's now going to download and see it's going to be the full installer, Abe. On the computer over here, it is now finishing working on the updates. Turn it a little bit for you guys so you guys can see. We'll let that run. So Chrome is downloading a. Want Firefox as well for backup. God damn. I think they'll take care of that. Okay, so we're also going to install Firefox. Download options in their languages. Firefox, Windows 64-bit, English, US. Download now. We'll do it after this one's finished. Thankfully, it doesn't look like anybody's using the internet, so it's downloading at the full. Okay, so we got our update running here. After a restart, Firefox is downloaded, so move on to the next thing. What else? Thunderbird. So we're going to download Thunderbird. English. Thunderbird 164. Download. Counting down now. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and disconnect the Ventoy drive. We're going to plug it into the laptop. Like so. Also plug in the mouse, because I'm not going to suffer with the trackpad. Sorry, Abe. So now we're going to install the drivers. Let's see here. Ventoy drivers. Let's go ahead and cut this over to here. That was dead instant. Nice. And then software. Let's go ahead and cut that over to here. There we go. Done with that. We'll go ahead and eject the Ventoy drive and disconnect it. Oh, time zone. Okay, so another thing we want to do is we want to update Abe's time zone. So, date and time settings. Set time automatically. Set time zone. No, we won't do that. We're in Eastern time. Right, Abe? Eastern time. Sync now. There we go. 2:13 p.m. Time synced. There we go. Time's up to date. Now we're going to install drivers. Let's go ahead and do the chipset driver. Oh, you know, driver we forgot to go fetch. Wi-Fi one. We'll do it on here. Probably want to have Wi-Fi, right? Okay, so we installed those drivers. So now I'm going to go to the device manager and see if we have any outstanding devices that are still complaining. So I'm opening up the device manager, see if there's anything in here complaining. Pull it out. So right here, we got a SATA AHC controller that's complaining. The I/O adapter hardware error has occurred. So something's wrong with this device right here. Hardware IDs, we'll have to copy that and look that up. That could be that shouldn't be the NVMe drive, but we'll look that up. Just copy this device ID right there. Okay. We also have a PCI device that's showing unknown. Screen looks a little blurry though. Might need to go and get Intel graphics installed. Let's check what the screen resolution is on this. Display settings. Oh, that don't look right. 1920 by 1080. It won't let you change it. Okay. We do need to go get the Wi-Fi driver because... Oh, actually, look. It installed it. I don't know why it did that. See that? Battery's looking okay. Dismiss that. Let's go ahead and install the Samsung NVMe driver. What? Yes on that. Okay. Let that run. No. Okay, so we're going to install the Samsung Magician software, which should also install our NVMe driver. Let it go ahead and launch Samsung Magician. That should pick up, hey, you're not using the Samsung driver, you're using the Microsoft one, so it should go ahead and update that. Scanning drive. Drive details. See, NVMe driver says Microsoft. We want to change that. Update. There are no updates. It should install the NVMe driver. And we're going to have to go fetch it. Let's go ahead and delete that. Let's install Chrome. Windows, software, firmware, driver. Here's the driver. Download. So it looks like you do have to do that manually. Thought Magician would install it for you, but guess they're not that smart enough to do that for you. Why does it look so blurry? No, I'll restart the computer later. Okay, what I'm also going to do is I'm going to look for what these trouble devices are that are missing drivers on. So that's a chipset, but I already installed the chipset driver. Maybe it just wants a restart. What's this one? Card reader. I guess this does have a card reader in it somewhere. Card reader's complaining at us. Realtek PCIe card reader. So we'll go ahead and get that downloaded and installed as well. I didn't see a card reader on the side though. Maybe it's for the express card. Maybe it's the driver for the express card. That's probably what it is. View product support. Then I gotta type in the serial number. That's all great and dandy. So I'm gonna issue a restart just to reinitialize some of those drivers because that the chipset was complaining, but we did install the chipset driver, so I'm not sure what the issue is there, but we'll restart it. Okay, it's been restarted. Abe, do you want to come log in? Samsung Magician should pop back up here in a second. It's booting up now. Open. Drive details. And now NVme driver is indeed Samsung. That's good. Close that out. I'm going to look at Device Manager again, see if we got some stuff going on there. I'm also curious about the Wi-Fi card. I kind of want to go in and download a driver directly from Intel. And then the Intel HD graphics, I'd probably like to go and get a driver for that. Just because it looked like some stuff in the screen was kind of blurry looking. Although it looks sharp now. Yeah, that's razor sharp. Why was it being blurry earlier? Okay, maybe because we were installing drivers and it was mad at us. But we're going to go to Device Manager, see if there's any other things that are cranky. Okay, so we're back. This does have an NVIDIA Quadro M 1000M. We'll have to get the driver for that. And also, it's not using the Intel HD graphics for the onboard integrated graphics on the CPU. So we got to get that, because that would explain why the graphics are kind of acting weird. Like there's some blurriness to it. Just it's not right. We're going to fix that. So NVIDIA Quadro M1000M. We're going to write that down, get that. We're going to get that taken care of, Abe. How's that sound? Quadro M1000M. And then Intel HD graphics, which I think for this CPU is going to be HD graphics 530. Okay. we'll get that taken care of. And also we need the card reader, Realtek PCIe card reader, because that is bitching at us. And then something is not happy. This is not happy. Whatever this is not happy. An I/O adapter hardware error has occurred. SATA HDI controller. That would be your that'd be your SATA driver. I'm gonna check for that. So let's go in Chrome. Let's go ahead and pull down our drivers for our graphics, and I need to get the serial number for this unit again, and then we're gonna get this figured out here. Okay, this is gonna be the Quadro. Quadro series notebooks. M1000M, if I can find it. Quadro 1000M. Oh, is there an M1000M? Yeah, right here. Quadro M1000M, right there. 1064. Production branch dash studio. Search. There we go. So there's your NVIDIA graphics for it. NVIDIA RTX Quadro. Now that's a big download, Abe, unfortunately. That's like 500 megabyte download, but this download includes the NVIDIA graphics driver and the option to additionally install the GeForce Experience application. Yeah, we'll get that as well. Yes. Okay, so that's downloading. I'm going to look for your Intel HD Graphics 530. Oops. Must have hit the num lock. Support for Intel HD Graphics 530, right there. We're really pushing it, Abe. We're really pushing it, I know. Okay, Intel HD Graphics 530. Now, so what this has on laptops is sometimes you can have two GPUs. You can have the one that's integrated into the CPU, which is your onboard Intel graphics. And you can also sometimes have a discrete GPU that's added, such as like an NVIDIA mobile series. So what will happen is when you're just doing basic stuff on your computer, it's going to stick to your Intel onboard graphics. Does that make sense, Abe? But when you do something more intensive, say you're maybe watching a Blu-ray or you're doing some type of video editing, you're doing encoding or decoding, it will switch over to using your NVIDIA Quadro. Or if you're using CUDA or anything like that. Now, there may be an option like if you ever were running like Premiere or Sony Vegas, which on this laptop you're probably not going to do that, but if you were doing something like that, there'd be an option to choose what GPU, and you'd always use the NVIDIA Quadro instead of the onboard Intel graphics. So yes, this does have a discrete GPU added into it, which will explain why it has the fans on both sides and the ventilation. One's mostly heat pipe for the CPU, the other's mostly for the GPU. But yeah, that's still downloading in the background for your NVIDIA graphics. I need the driver for this. How do we get the driver for it? Here we go, drivers and software. Yes, install, close. Look how beautiful that was. Flawless. Audacity. Yes. Okay. Next. Install. Beautiful. Firefox. We're working this computer, Abe. Custom. That's fine. That's fine. Do you want desktop icons? We can turn those off when you're done. And you can pin stuff. Is that how you want it done? Yeah. Yeah, we'll do it that way. I would say put a dock on here, but nah, I would just pin it. Freaking dock is they're pretty much doing away with it anyway. They haven't fucking updated it in 15 years. Fortunately. Now we're installing Foxit Reader. Maybe. Just thinking about it. There it goes. Next. Accept. Next. Shell. Plugin used. Yep. Create desktop shortcut. No. Yes. No. Yes. Yes. Don't install trial. Install. There we go. Okay. Abe is patiently waiting, I know. These things take a lot of time. But yeah, there's ways to speed up these processes. Like if you are doing 500 of the same exact laptop, you set it all up once, you fucking clone the fucker, boom, put it on the other. And whatever needs to be different on that one, you update and change. And then you also have remote KVMs, like I said, as well. So you can just switch between tabs. So you can have like 10 that are doing something at a time and just switch between them. Because time is money. Which I'm fine. It's like, yeah, if I'm getting paid $45 an hour, I might as well make it last a whole week, but then the customer gets pissed off. Higher fan view. Our fan view is installed. We'll install all the plugins for it. That just allows more image formats to be used. That's done. Now, if you have JPEGs and PNGs, you'll have to change it so your default's RFan view. Installing Java. It's installing. She's starting to move now, Ava. You can tell. We just had to kick it in the butt a little bit, you know? Java's installed. Beautiful. Got code pack. The installer has detected that you use the generic graphics driver, Microsoft Basic Render driver freeprint. In this case, the big driver is probably going to be used. Oh, we're going to cancel that. Anyway, we're going to do it another time. Yeah, see, it's K-Lite saying, hey, your video drivers aren't set up right yet, so I'm glad it detected that. That's good. We'll do that after. It's fine. It's fine. Finish. TeamViewer. Default installation. Show advanced settings. Yes. Don't need that. TeamViewer is now being installed. We're moving, Abe. Stuff's moving. Download Microsoft Edge WebView 2 runtime. Okay, that's different for TeamViewer. Shit, now it's throwing another download in the mix. That's great, huh, Abe? But guess what? Our NVIDIA driver is done downloading. So now we're going to download the 64-bit Intel graphics one. There we go. We'll let that download there. Let's take a look at the Task Manager. See how that's doing. Performance. Got our CPU, our i7-6820HQ. Got our 64 gig of RAM, 2133. Got our disk, Samsung SSD 970 EVO plus 2 terabyte. Our Intel NIC. Our Intel Ethernet NIC. GPU NVIDIA Quadro M1000M. That shows up. Surprisingly, it looks like it has a driver, but we're going to install the proper one because it does not look right. Look at that. That's all blurry looking. So hit OK. NVIDIA display driver. That's very blurry looking. Something ain't right there. There we go. That's starting to look like NVIDIA right there. Checking system compatibility. It should see the Quadro M1000M. Hopefully. This always takes a second, I guess. There we go. Agree and continue. Custom. Next. Graphics driver, HD audio driver, RTX desktop manager. Former clean install. Next. Preparing for install. We'll let that run. Removing previous version, removing graphics drivers. So it's going to get off that one that freaking Windows put on for whatever reason, even though I told it not to. It's going to pull that off and put on the proper driver from NVIDIA. So we'll let that run. There we go. So this did not install GeForce Experience, but you know what? That's fine. I don't think we need GeForce Experience. Not going to be gaming on it anyway. Now we're going to do the Intel graphics driver. Maybe, if it listens to me. And then I got to do the card reader. We got to set up Windows Hello. Rename the computer name. Of course, hex chat. Yeah, this is still blurry, so Right here, this says it's for 6th Gen Intel Core processors, Skylake. And it does say Windows 10. What next? Hopefully this display will stop looking crappy. It looks pretty crappy right now. Not gonna lie. So we will see what happens. If it makes, should be making an improvement. Probably don't see on camera, but the text is just is very blurry. Okay. Close out of Chrome. Next. Yes. Next. Installing the driver now. Here we go. So hopefully this will pick up the 530. Intel graphics driver. We've been doing this on battery power, guys. It's 38% remaining. It's doing a decent job. I don't remember what time he pulled the plug on the adapter, the power adapter, but it's probably been a good couple hours. So, oh, look at that. Ooh, got darker. Okay. Screen got pretty dark looking. Oh. There we go. Decline. Next. Yeah, I'll restart it now. Make it happy. So, computer's going to restart. I mean, since we just installed 2 graphics drivers, it's best that it restarts and boots into a proper driver. So, we'll let it do its thing. Hopefully we see an improvement. And it stops looking blurry. I'll tell you what, the screen does look like it got darker though. But maybe we can go to the brightness settings. Maybe just change the brightness settings to like a default brightness. I don't know. But I'll get Abe and he'll sign back in. Okay, so we're rebooted. Both the NVIDIA Quadro drivers should be installed in Intel HD graphics. SSD is still rapidly blinking, so it's doing stuff in the background. We'll let it keep thinking here. Battery's still holding up, and I don't know how long ago did you pull the charger? Probably a couple hours ago, huh? And it's at 36%, and it says about 40 minutes left on that, so that's pretty good. When it starts getting really low, plug it back in. So wait for it to calm down here. It's there we go. It's starting to calm down. Is the screen look improved? Yeah, it maybe. Hopefully. Okay. Huh. You know one thing. Oh, another thing we're forgetting. Office. Okay. So much shit. We gotta make sure we get. So now I'm gonna go back into Device Manager and verify that it sees both those drivers. Okay, so let's take a look at display adapters. We got our Intel HD Graphics 530 and our NVIDIA Quadro M1000M. For some reason, it's still Maybe it's the font or the scaling. Something just... Graphics properties. Here we go. Let's see. I'm going Intel HD graphics control panel. Still got time on the clock. What is going on with this video here? Display. Here we go. 1920 by 1080. That's proper for this. It's probably what this screen is. 60 hertz. Rotation. No. Very 2-bit depth, brightness. Display settings. Hey, it lets us change our resolution now. There we go. That got rid of the Is that too small for you, Abe? That's 1080. That just I can see why they wanted to scale to 125, but text just it didn't look right. Scaled up like that. I don't know. Yeah, this is razor sharp now. See this text? I want you to look closely at that text, right? See the text?
Yeah.
Looks sharp, right? Looks perfect, right? Well, not personalized. What the fuck am I doing? Display settings. It wanted to scale to 125 and it says recommended, right? What that does is it makes it a little bit bigger because the resolution is too much. Could you imagine doing 4K on the screen? No, everything, that'd just be ridiculous. Everything would be so fucking small. Now if I open Device Manager, watch it not do it now. Look at that. Doesn't that look kind of blurry? See how it kind of looks a little fuzzy?
Yeah.
I don't know. Do you care? Do you want me to put back the 100? No, it makes it smaller, but honestly, I couldn't see shit. But that runs it at 1080. That runs it at the full 1080. But the screen might just be too small for 1080, honestly. So it scales it up a little bit. But I see a little bit of oops. God, keep hitting this. I see the blurriness in the text. It's a little bit fuzzy, but yeah. I don't know if Abe comes bitching at me when he's typing up Word documents. He's like, why does my fucking screen look blurry? I'll be like, well, let's change the scaling back to 100 then. It's the fucking upscaler in fucking Windows 10. What else is new? If it was Windows 7, it looked fucking crystal clear. It wouldn't have all that scaling shit. HD graphics is on board and working. That's good. Okay, so our Quadro's in there. And also, there should be an NVIDIA control panel, which there is. Perfect. Now we just need to fix these misbehaving things here. So, Windows Hello. You want that stuff. You want that fingerprint reader set up. Computer name. You gotta do that as well. We can go ahead and install Cat Code Pack. Now this should not bitch at us because we do have a proper driver installed for the graphics. Yep. Okay, I need the serial. It is PC -0 JU. So put in the serial number. Go down the drivers. We gotta get the Realtek PCIe card reader is what it says it was. So camera and card reader. Right here, Realtek PCIe card reader driver for Windows 10. Download that. Integrated camera driver for Windows 10. I guess we'll also download that. Even though the camera should just work, but whatever. Make it happy. Make it happy. Why not? Smart card reader. Okay, next. Accept, install, install. Next. Please wait while the device installs the driver. Finished. Finished. Beautiful. Next one. We'll also install a driver for the webcam, even though it shouldn't matter, but we'll try to make it happy. Please wait while the driver installs. I think the problem is this installer utility wasn't designed to be scaled like that. So what it does is it acts as a zoom in, and that makes it blurry. Yeah. That's finish. Finish. Okay, so there's those. That should make that happy. So if I go in Device Manager, let's hope that something drops off, right? I didn't think it had a card reader in it, but it's probably talking about the Express card reader. Yep. That dropped off. Now we just have this standard SATA AHCI controller, which doesn't sound like a chipset. That sounds like the SATA controller. So you know what I'm going to do? Not NVme. This is all Intel Rapid Storage Technology stuff. I'm not sure why it's behaving like that. Let me look. Yeah, it's N1UDS03W. N1EH113W. That's not the right one. What is it? I don't see the AHCI controller. Yeah, there's no matches for that. Storage. This is all. Fuck. Yeah, we're just going to get this right here. Let's see if this downloads directly off of NVIDIA's server. Or not NVIDIA, Lenovo's. Maybe not. Back. God, so many ads. Download from Lenovo right here. They let us. Watch it not be available. Is it going to download? Is it going to download? Download from manufacturer servers. There we go. Copy link address. Paste. Yep, that's directly from Lenovo. Let's see if that fixes our... Oh, Intel Rapid Storage Technology. That's what it was complaining about. God, that's blurry. Oh. Oh, it figured it out. It wasn't the chipset driver. It was the Intel Rapid Storage Technology, which is the SATA, which has the SATA driver in it. Finish. Good grief. Right, Abe? Got those done. Okay. That should fix that. Beautiful. Card reader's fixed. Want to do Windows Hello? Okay, so right here, Abe, you have various sign options. You probably want to use the fingerprint method, right? So this system has a fingerprint. So right here, you can do require sign-in when PC wakes up from sleep. Yes. Allow Windows to automatically lock your device when you're away. Okay, so Windows Hello fingerprint. You can sign in Windows App Service by teaching Windows directly. Setup. Get started. Okay, so oh look, the fingerprint sensor lit up. Oh, I gotta show this on camera. So I know how you guys see that on camera. We got 25 seconds left, but the fingerprint sensor lit up green. Nice. So right now it's saying touch the fingerprint sensor. It says repeatedly lift and rest your finger on the sensor until setup is complete. Okay, Abe, go ahead and touch that fingerprint sensor. It says repeatedly lift and touch. Look at that. I can see the fingerprint at the top, but that's pretty cool. Rest and lift your finger at the different angles to capture the edges of your print. It's pretty cool. You can add another fingerprint. Do you want to add another fingerprint? Okay, why don't you set up a pin, which I will move the camera for that. Oh, I want you to first type in the password for the computer. Okay, there we go. Fingerprint has been added to the computer. Nice. You can add other ones too if you wanted to. Okay, so that should work. Computer name. Let's go ahead and do that. PC, right click, properties. rename this PC. Okay. So right now, PC name is desktop-BDO, whatever. Usually you want this to be in all caps. What do you want this to be? Versilix ThinkPad or -laptop, whatever the heck you want it to be. Okay. There we go. And we'll go ahead and restart now, just to lock that in, and also the fingerprint. And also those remaining drivers. Didn't like. Moment of truth. You think fingerprint things gonna work? Hey, it picked up something, so hey. Predator lights rapidly blinking. Oh, lights up. Hello, Versilix. Now look at that, Abe. Was that worth the wait? All 9 hours. Well, it's not fully done yet. Still got to copy over hex chat and go through the list of shit. But so we got computer name done. Office. Want to do that right now? Yeah. So now we got to do Office. Okay, so we'll install Office when Abe is at home and he can sign into a Microsoft account, because that's how you have to be able to download it. I don't have a copy of that laying around. So that'll have to be done. I'm gonna go in and check Device Manager one more time, make sure that looks okay. And I think that would pretty much wrap up Abe's computer. We got most of the stuff installed that he needs. Some things have to be configured yet, like his Google Chrome needs to be signed in. Hex chat needs to be brought over and configured. Thunderbird needs to be configured. But I think most stuff that he needs is on there. TeamViewer is on there, so I'll be able to TeamViewer right in. So I think his computer is pretty much done, but we're going to double check Device Manager, make sure those misbehaving devices are now behaving. And yes, they are. So that is good. Depending on what program you're in, the text might be a little fuzzy or blurry based on the scaling. That is the Windows scaling though. That causes that. That can be fixed by putting it at 100%, but that makes things tinier. Yeah, Wi-Fi does work. Now we haven't connected to the Wi-Fi network, but they pop right up. It pulled the drivers down and everything. And it did show up as the Wi-Fi 6E card. So that's good that the Wi-Fi card works. It wasn't blacklisted or anything. Samsung showing the NVme driver. Battery's working. It shows you remaining time. Shit, it's at 27%. It's saying there's an hour and a half remaining. Not bad if you're just typing a Word document, you know. So yeah, we're gonna go ahead and shut this system down now. I think that pretty much wraps it up. I mean, Abe, do you think there's anything else needs to be done here?
I don't think so.
I think that wraps it up. The fingerprint sensor works. Abe was able to sign right in. So I think everything is good to go. So guys, anyway, thanks for watching, and that wraps up this video.